Am I not audible?
Right now, yes, ma'am.
Now I can hear you, ma'am.
So from the beginning, for the past 6-7 minutes, you haven't heard anything from me.
No, ma'am, I was unable to hear anything.
Yeah.
You would have reminded me. You would have reminded me. It's okay. It's okay. No problem. Let me repeat. Let me repeat. Actually, I was apologizing in the beginning of the class that there was there is some network error, so I couldn't share the screen. So let me repeat. So please refer to your textbooks because I cannot use the textbook. So I was telling in the beginning of the class. Let me repeat what I have so that we can fill up the gap. So there are four poets we are going to talk or discuss today under non-detailed study of poetry. They are Kamala Das, Adil Jaswala, Giu Patel, and Arvind Mehrotra. So these are the four poets, and please refer to your textbooks because I cannot show you the text or my slides, unfortunately. So the first poet is Kamala Das. When we are going to talk about Kamala Das, we have to talk about feminism and confessional poetry and patriarchy. All this, these are the main concerns of Kamala Das poetry. Confessional poetry, you might have explored this term when you are studying in UG. If you don't remember, let me remind you what it is. Confessional poetry is how you open up your heart to someone. So you are very transparent enough to express your emotions, hidden feelings to someone. So you confess everything openly to someone. So confessional poetry of Kamala Das just explores her inner mind very openly. So here she is sharing, and in general, all the writings of Kamala Das explores this concept of feminism under the patriarchy clutches, the like male-dominated society she had been living through, and she had written all those emotions out in the form of poetry. Even in the interview, you can understand she was not okay, not happy with her husband, the way she was treated in the marital life. So in the marriage life was a failure for her because she was not given space, a private space, or maybe she was not given respect to her feelings, even by her husband. This is what confessional poetry is about. Kamala Das is a kind of revolutionary feminist who opens up about her private space also. For instance, even on the bed, how she was not given a chance to express her feelings, or and maybe she was not satisfied with the way the husband treated her. So all these she opened up in her poems. So in today's class, we are going to talk about the two poems of Kamala Das, The Old Playhouse and The Freaks. Both these poems are about how the marital life of Kamala Das was an unsatisfactory one because the male dominated society, especially her husband, she directly blames her husband. She accuses her husband. So the male dominated society had made the women to be in the cocoon, in maybe in the jail kind of thing, maybe in a closed space where she was not given priorities, where she was not asked to provide her wish list. So all these are the common themes of Kamala Das. In this, the old playhouse, this old playhouse is metaphorically talking about the husband's house, where the husband's house never gives any special space, any private space for the women, where she has to enact upon the words of man. For example, the first line, you plan to tame a swallow. Unit 2, Kamala Das. Yes, of course, I'm talking about Unit 2. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Yeah, I understand. So, yeah, in this class, we are talking about Unit 2. I'm talking about the poetry, confessional poetry of Kamala Das. So here she is talking about taming a swallow. If you read the first line, you can understand taming a swallow. So you tame an animal, you make it a pet. Okay, call it as a pet. You feed it, you do that, but you never allow the pet to behave violently. For example, you never expect your tamed dog to behave like a street dog. A street dog is different. It is untamed. It may be violent sometimes. It may not be violent, but you never expect a tamed animal in your house to become violent or to attack you. So that is the purpose of keeping an animal tamed if you keep it in your home. So here she compares herself to the toughest swallow who is tamed. Swallow is a small bird, a tiny bird. Okay. So a tamed animal or a tamed bird, she is comparing herself, the housewife. She has no wishes, she has nothing to be fulfilled. Besides, she has to obey what is assigned by the man. So here she's talking about there is no summer and there are seasons alone, and there is no difference between one season and the other season. So throughout the year, throughout the lifetime, the wife has no wish of her own, but she has to react. Let it be any season, whether the summer comes and go, whether the winter comes and goes. It doesn't make any difference to the women because every season is the same. The thing is, she has to respond to the wishes of the housemates, especially to the man. So here she's talking about, of yet another man, then I came to you, but to learn what I was, and by learning to learn to grow. But every lesson you gave was about yourself. So I am reading the seventh to eighth line, where but every lesson you gave was about yourself. So you have given me lessons. You have given me lessons, but everything was about you. It is male-centric world. So the domestic life is male-centric. There was no space given to women. So this is what she's talking about. She's talking about the personal spaces like the sexual life and the personal private spaces. The man is taking for granted whenever he wants the need of the wife he uses. So the words like spittle into my mouth and the convulsions, your bittersweet juices, all these are the references to say that the wife is not given priority even on the bed. Okay, and when the husband is sick, she has to taken care of. For example, moment the vitamins. So taking care of the husband by providing proper food, nutritional diet, that is the duty of the wife. So the main aim of the wife is to fulfill all the things required for the husband. So this she is not okay with it, and that is what she confesses. She confesses in this poem throughout. Okay. Also, she is talking about the strong man's technique is always the same. Okay, he serves his love in lethal doses. For love is Narcissus at the water's edge. Narcissus is an image, the person, Greek image. This person actually once happened to look at the image of his own on the surface of the water when he was trying to drink some water from the river. So when he looks at his own image on the surface of the river water, he was very much impressed and he starts admiring. So here Kamaladas is trying to accuse her husband like a narcissus who is a self-centered man who has self-love. So one loves oneself and doesn't bother about the others because narcissus once attracted by himself, by his own image, when he happens to look at his image for the first time, he forgets the entire world. So here Kamaladas accuses like Narcissus, you forget everything else. Okay, so and in a pure total freedom. This is what she wants, but she never attains it at the time of marriage or during her conjugation period. All this she talks about. So she wants to break that mirror. Maybe she wants to break that history. Maybe she wants to shatter or disturb the surface of the water where Narcissus was looking at his own image. So this is the confession she makes. She doesn't want everything to be in a smooth way the husband expects her to do. So this is the summary of this poem. I think you have followed the themes of Kamaladas to make utilize it. Also, before winding up, I would like to read one more line from the poem so that you can make use of. There is no more singing, so there is no life in the house. No more singing. The woman has no space to sing and enjoy. No more dance, so she cannot enjoy or she cannot remain happy in the house. My mind is an old playhouse with all its lights put out. So the women, being the housewife, she cannot enjoy her life by singing or dancing because her mind itself becomes very dark because all the lights are off. She has to respond to the man's needs. So she says it has to be shattered, it has to be disturbed, she has to come out of it. So that is a kind of revolutionary thinking she has expressed in her poem. And the second poem is the continuation of the same, in the sense the theme is continued here. Here it talks about the unfulfilled love. So the woman is not satisfied with the marital relationship. This is what he talks, turning a sun-stained cheek to me, his mouth a dark cavern where stalactities of the uneven teeth gleam, his right hand on my knee. So this is about the desire or the pleasure the man gets from the woman. But on the other way, women's need, women's sexual hunger is not fulfilled. So she counts it as a failure in love. For example, Skin's lazy hungers, who can help us who have lived so long and have failed in love. So this is a failure in love because women's hunger is not satisfied. The need of the women is not satisfied by the husband. So the heart, an empty cistern, the heart an empty cistern. So the heart is hollow, it's not filled with love or happiness or whatever it is. So it is very blank. Okay, so through long hours fills itself with coiling snakes of silence, like snakes used to coil together during mating season. Here Kamala Das agrees to the need or wishes of the husband, and she has nothing to talk about her own likes or dislikes. So she compares her body to that of a snake. I am a freak. Okay, so but, she compares herself as a freak because she is helpless. Okay, she is helpless. So she wants to do things, but she cannot. She cannot attain what she wants. So she is hopeless and she is fed up of this relationship actually. So this I am a freak here refers to actually the person who is not unusual thing, a normal person. She is not usual. Okay, she is totally different. That's what. So it's only to save my face. I flaunt at times a grand flamboyant lust. So sometimes I cannot resist it. So my body doesn't resist it. Otherwise, it is a meaningless relationship. So the relationship itself is a failure one, utter failure one, according to Kamala Das. So these are the confessional poems of Kamala Das, and the next poet is Adil Jiswala. Adil Jiswala's two poems we are going to read. The first one is Waiters. Waiters is the poem that has pictured the pathetic conditions of the waiters who work at the hotels in an alien land. Alien land is a foreign land. Okay, so here the waiters they work, maybe they are from the village side and they go to the town. They go to the town and then they settle down and then they work there. Why they are aliens? Usually we refer to aliens, maybe they come from another planet, they are new to that place. Sometimes we call someone as an alien, maybe they are foreign to the land, foreigners in a sense they are from different country or continent. But here the waiters are from the same place, but they are aliens because they are not included in the normal day-to-day life of the setup. For example, the waiters, if they are working in the restaurant or the hotel, they cannot be counted as the inmates of the restaurant or the hotel. So they are treated always as an aliens, which shows the hierarchical ranking. Okay, so they are grounded to the lower level of hierarchical ladder. So they were never given equality or respect, or they were never treated as the other human beings. That difference he has observed, Adil Juswala has observed, and that is what discussed in this poem. So this is about the waiters at the hotel in an alien land. So the waiters at the hotels, how do they spend their day-to-day life, their daily routine life? This is what it is. So these waiters are blacker than wine, blacker than mud. So they work hard and they are very dark-skinned people, and maybe from South India. The reference is also there, like they may be from Tamil Nadu, Tamil mines, which talk about their memory about maybe from they are from Tamil Nadu. So dark-skinned here, alien land is a reference to the French country. So the people from Tamil Nadu, they entered into France and they worked as waiters. So Adil Juswala's Adil Juswala's point here is how a Tamil waiter, or Tamil waiters, because it is in plural. So the Tamil waiters went and settled in France, and how they were not included as the inmates of the restaurant, maybe the hotel, or how they were not included as the uh, uh, countryman, maybe a citizen, I can call a citizen. So they are not included as a citizen of France, or they are not included as an inmate of the hotel. So this dual mentality, maybe that is observed and observed by Adil Jaswala, which he is trying to portray. They sweat more nights and grapes blood, which shows they work hard day and night. Okay, so which means than grapes blood, which means when you are squeezing grapes, you get some juice out of it. Here the waiters are working hard, they toil hard so that their blood is squeezed out, which shows again they work very hard. And if you look at the living condition of the waiters, they are not given well furnished, well sophisticated place. They are not living in a well ventilated house, first of all. So they may be in a godown kind of place. They stay in the underground where there is no windows. It is supposed to be meant for parking vehicles, or maybe the things can be stored in the place, maybe used as a warehouse or things like that. But here, the people are allowed to stay in the godowns where they are compared to, when they sleep, no, their bodies are compared to that of a dead bodies where they are buried underground. So that is the real situation of the waiters who went and settled in Paris, who could run their life based on their salary and send money to the house. So the foreigners, once they leave to work outside, they don't have the facilities or the opportunities to lead a normal life. Okay, but at the workplace, the waiters are very good, they serve very well. For example, they know the needs, the requirements of the customers, and they render their service accordingly. So they are very polite when they approach the public. When the customers enter, they are very polite. Okay, even if they are ill treated, even if they are not given respect, they don't show any reaction, but they are well mannered to manage the crowd. So this is what are the special features that the waiters have to manage. And they dream of a foodless heaven. They don't have interest towards the food, because the entire life they are serving food and they are running after food. So all that, no, so they want to get rid of food so that they can take their own free space. So here, this is about the wage earners, how they strive hard, how they work hard to earn money. So this poem is out of sympathy. Maybe the poet observed the waiters and then she has just written out of sympathy. The next poem is Sea Breeze, Bombay. This poem is uh, about the partition. I think you may know about a partition. Partition, when we talk about partition in India, it is the partition between um, India and Pakistan, maybe Bangladesh and India. So these are the two major partition we had in. So during partition, what kind of chaos and turmoils underwent among the public? How many people were killed in the riot? So all these should come in front of us. Maybe you would have watched some movies based on this partition. Okay, so Sea Breeze Bombay, the main theme is about the partition. Partitions people stitched shrouds from a black gentleman scissored sin and opened people playing across the country, reknotted themselves on the island. So this shows the people affected by the partition, the people who were directly affected by the partition. So the poet is actually in the foreign country. I am talking about Adil Juswala. The poet is in a foreign country. When she observes the turmoils of partition, when she observes the sufferings of the people, the victims of the partition, she is disturbed very much, and she has written this poem. You may think about refugees. Maybe you think about this. Maybe in the border, when the Indians are forced to move towards the inner parts of India, because they claim that it is Pakistan. In the border, usually they claim that. Even in case if you take the reverse ways, maybe if some Pakistanis, they settle in the borders of Pakistan, and if they are forcibly moved to get away from that place, they become refugees, they become helpless, and they don't know where to go, and their daily normal day to day life gets disturbed. They lose everything. They lose family, they lose their land, they lose their friends, they lose their village, and then they have to go and settle in a new place. So here, restore us to fire is generally the kitchen actually. So the refugees, they have to move towards the kitchen. And actually another word, wearing blood red wool in the worst heat, which shows again the violence. So the violence in that. So here also the poet talks about the turmoils of partition that happened in Tibet. Okay, so restore us to fire. Restore us to fire is the repeated phrase here, which shows give us back our kitchen. So where is our house? Give back our kitchen. So they want to get back to their native place, but they are accepting that they themselves are refugees. A refugee is a person who moves from one land to another land by force. Okay, it's not out of his willingness. Maybe they are forcibly move to another country just to survive, to save their life. They became a refugee. They became refugees because they want to survive. Otherwise, they may be killed. So they are forcibly moved because they don't want to move, but they want to save their life. So they move from one place to another place. So this is this poem, The Sea Breeze in Bombay, is about the turmoil of partition, the chaos or the violence that happened during partition. So the people who have root in some place, their origin may be somewhere. They were born in some place. Their ancestors were born in some place, but they were uprooted. Their root was removed, and they were settled. They were forced to settle somewhere else to uproot themselves in another place. So this is a disturbed observation of the poet. And now we move on to the next poet, Giv Patel. Actually, this person, he is not this poet. Giv Patel is a professional doctor. He practiced medicine, but later he started writing. Okay, he started writing very late and published very late. Maybe during his late ages, he showed interest in creative writing, and surprisingly, he becomes a well-known poet. The first poem is The Servants. The Servants is actually the similar kind of poem which we have read just now. The Waiters. The Waiters again was about a labor who works in the hotel, who attends to the needs of the customers, and they were not given space. That's what we discussed just now. So it is about the hard working labor who was not treated equally, who was not paid well, who was not given a sophisticated lifestyle. This is what the theme of The Waiters we have seen by Adil Juswala. Here we are going to talk about the same theme written by Giv Patel from a different perspective, but here it is not about waiters but the servants in a different scenario. Okay, that was in France, that was set in France, but here it is set in India. The servants actually are the peasants, maybe farmers from the village. Once you lose your land or once you lose your agricultural work, what do? You have to move from your village to the city, maybe nearby town. So you have to move to a town or a city in search of some job. What kind of job do you get? You cannot have an agricultural land on the in the city. So what do? You have to search some random job. Well, obviously, they become servants. So the servants are forcibly chosen. They were made to choose the profession. They are not servants. They are actually peasants, farmers, but their helpless situation made them to become servants. So their village in the life was not okay in the sense they couldn't earn money to run their family. So they became servants and they work in the city. This is the theme of the poem. So they migrate from the village to the city and they settle in city. Once they settle in city, everything is new to them. Everything is blur in front of their eyes. The city is blur. The poet has used this particular phrase, blur. Why everything is blur in front of your eyes? You cannot merge into the new lifestyle because you are an outsider. You are a villager. As a villager, you cannot easily blend along the crowd of the city. So, as an outsider, you look around what happens in front of you and you cannot get along with them. That is why you are an outsider, you are an alien again, you are a stranger in the new world because they are new to the city life. Maybe after some years they may get along well, but this poem is talking about the peasants who moved very recently to the city life and how difficult it is for them to get settled. So after the peasants during during their rest hours, usually after dinner when every lights go off in the city, it becomes very dark. They relax themselves with a smoke and then they think about their old life and then they recollect the past. Okay, the eyes are gazing into the emptiness. They are looking at somewhere but not exactly at the place, which means the eyes are gazing into the emptiness. Maybe the wall is empty and they are looking at the empty wall. Why do they look at the empty wall? Which means they are thinking about, maybe they are thinking about the past. They are not connected to the city life. They are not satisfied. They feel that they are outsider. They are alienated from the place. Okay, they are very silent, but you cannot understand the meaning of their silence. It is unknown. Why it is unknown? Why don't you understand the reason for their silence? Because it is deep rooted. They are not connected to the city life, which is they don't want their life. So the personal roots, maybe the family life is not connected in this poem. This poem talks about the servant as a laborer. How does he suffer? How does he work? How does he misses his past life? It doesn't talk about the personal life because the family might be somewhere else. They are here. I read a line. They sit like animals. I mean, no offense. So the poet is asking apology. Sorry, I am not telling that they are animals. They are treated as animals. They don't have any priority or they don't have any respect as a human being. So please don't mistake me. The poet is asking apology. Please don't mistake me. But they are treated as animals. They sit like an animal. Okay. So actually the poet is very sympathetic, like Adil Jaswala. Here Patel is also very sympathetic towards the conditions of the farmers, the peasants who have come from the village and settled in the city. Okay, so the servants in a city, you have to think about how they come. So he has kept it open for the readers to think about how the servants ended up in the city. So that is how he ends. The next poem is Dilwadi. This is about migration again. Migration is moving from one place to another place. You would have observed this during COVID time. People migrated from one state to another state because they were migrated laborers who were asked to move from their place of work to their native place. So migration happens for a job or sometimes for education. Maybe if you want to get a better education in a well developed nation, you migrate from your country to another country. Maybe if you get a good job, you migrate from your place to another country. So here it is the process of migration. So for about 4 months the villagers are resisting migration completely. They don't want to move from their place. They don't want to move from their village. But after 4 months the landscape is bare with empty sheds. So the nobody is there. People migrated. After 4 months, they have taken the decision that they should migrate. So There was resistance at the beginning. They were hesitant in the beginning. They don't want to move. For 4 months, they stayed. But after 4 months, they were helpless and they were forced to move. Okay. And after 15 days, what happened? The people disapprove of the migration because they have their roots. Why people hesitate to move? Maybe if you are giving a better opportunity. For example, in a village, all the agricultural lands become dry, all the agricultural lands become dry, what are the opportunities or available for the farmers? Nothing. They are supposed to move to another place to get a better job for their better livelihood, but they don't do that. They don't do that because their heart won't allow them to move from their village and to settle in a new place because they are stuck in their ancestral village. So that is the reason. So the sheds are undisturbed and unperturbed. They stand complacent. Finally, they have to take a lifetime decision. They have to leave the village for their survival. And so they took a long time to take a decision, and then they leave their sheds, their houses, and then they leave. They leave. So the evacuation of the 7 villages started. So totally 7 villages shifted from their villages to the town. So they moved in search of. So what do they carry? That is also discussed in the poem. Cattle, bedspreads, bundles of strays, goats, vessels, dung. So whatever they have, whatever they can carry, actually, they don't have any transportation facility. So they have to carry whatever they can bring along the cattle, whatever they can manage. So everything they move from one place to another place. Okay. So what is actually is their ambition? They have to go nearby the town. They settle somewhere and create their own town and get opportunity from the city. So they go from a village, enter into a town or enter into a city, and maybe in the outlying place they have to make their settlement and create their own town and begin their life. So there is a positivity of them getting a job and then all that, but this is the pain of migration. The poet is trying to talk about how painful it is for the villagers to move from their own place and then to leave another place. Okay. And we have the last poet, Arvind Mehrotra. There are two poems by Arvind Mehrotra. The first one is Sail, and the second one is Bharat Mata, a prayer. Actually, he is a teacher, professionally a teacher. He was born in Allahabad, and this poem was published. This poem was published in 1970. When he was very young, he started writing poems. When he before he choosing his profession as a teacher, he started writing his poem. His poems are very precise and order. So this poem, the Sale is about facts and fantasies. Fantasies kind of imagination. So you sometimes think about something very funny which may not be real, which may not be possible in the real lifetime. So here the poet is talking about fantasies. The first section of the poem, the poet assumes that he is telling the continents. You may know about the continents of the world. For example, Asia, Australia, Africa. These are the continents of the world. Okay, these are some of the continents of the world. And so here the poet is trying to sell the continents of the world. So here, usually when you are selling a vegetable, how do you sell a vegetable? You can tell that the lady's finger is very fresh, please buy. Or you can say the tomatoes are very fresh, only plucked today morning. So usually the vendors shout and sell so that they can attract the customers and then they sell the products. So here the poet is selling all the continents of the world. For example, he calls Scarecrow Asia. So again, this is sarcasm. Scarecrow Asia, Scarecrow, you may know, it is usually placed in the agricultural field to make the birds. It's not only for the crows, it's also for the birds, so to make them afraid of to enter into the field. So it scares away all the birds to enter into the field, agricultural field. That is why we set scarecrow on the agricultural field. So here he compares Asia to that of a scarecrow and grown Africa. Africa is not a grown country. It was not a grown country because after colonization, people have exploited the colonizers. The British have exploited Africa. They have looted away all the resources of Africa and let Africa down. So here, grown Africa, again, a kind of sarcasm from the poet's point of view. So he was selling Africa, amputated Australia, amputated kind of lame person who had lost in any of the body parts. So here Australia is cut off. So all these are some of the phrases used by the poet to sell the continents. Okay, actually the other phrases like skull in the river or a mummy or the pyramids, all these are the negative images which shows death or lifeless things, which is actually kind of bad woman. Okay, so his poems have something or something very funnily talking about a serious issue. So he is talking about some serious issue, but in a funny, playful manner, like he's talking to the kid. But there is an undercurrent, serious topic he's talking about, like the continents suffer a lot. This is the meaning of it. So the poem is the very good example of it, the kind of sarcasm. So you can see the zoological park of it when you read the poem. For example, I can read a few lines from the poem. That's not a doll. It is the photography, a brain walking on sand. So don't think it is a doll. So when you look at it, if you happen to see a doll, don't think it is a law. It is a doll. It is a toy or doll. If you have a closer look at it, you can understand it is a brain walking on sand. So these images, why does he give all such surrealistic images into that? Why such kind of confusion? He just shows that we are not perfect. Okay, we are not in perfect order. We don't behave in a perfect order. So it shows the anomalies in our brain, in our thinking. So that is the reflection in his poem. So I have a skeleton too. It is full of butterflies who at dawn will carry away the crown. So this is actually metaphorically about the death. So the skull with the butterfly again shows anytime someone is going to die. And so this is a metaphorical poem indirectly telling that death is always waiting for you. The kind of Hindu mythology is infused in this poem. So another concept you can understand from this poem is you can see thing is inanimate, life is inanimate. So things around you, whatever you watch around you are inanimate. Anytime it may go off, you cannot get it. Okay, so in this poem you can observe a kind of different unique thinking of the poet. And the last poet is Bharat Mata, a prayer. So here I would like to get the poem. It's not in your text. Let me get it. Bharat Mata, a prayer is a poem. Again, it is a kind of patriotic feel. The poet narrates in a different style. Let me read some lines from this poem. India, my beloved country, ah, my motherland, you are in the world's slum, the lavatory. So, slum and the lavatory, what is the comparison? He is talking about Maradamata, and why he is talking about slum and the lavatory. Slum, you may know, the slum is usually a place, maybe lying in the corner or the outskirts of the city. In the outskirts of any city, you can see slum. Slum is kind of small huts. The people gather together. Maybe you can say poor people, homeless people. They settle down in the outskirts of the city in small huts where there. You cannot say it is house because in a single room they run the entire household things. So there are so many huts and people live there. So slums and then lavatory. So Bharata Mata, you are a such a wonderful personality, but look at the world's slum and the lavatory around you. Lavatory is the latrine, toilet. Okay, the septic tank wherein paper gutters fall, and so he is talking about all the ill things. So Bharata Mata is corrupted. Bharata Mata is polluted. This is what he is trying to say. That is why I tell you he is talking from the different angle. It's not like he is not a patriot. As a patriot, he is trying to tell how Bharata Mata is made a kind of dishonored women by being polluted, being corrupted. So this is the another angle of Arvind Mehrotra. Okay, so wherein paper gutters fall, the gutters. So again, gutter. All these images, no, you can think about. So pathetic messages. So some very bad messages about Maradanada, Bharata Mata. I am no use to your cities with a chain reaction to suburbs where whole families live in bathrooms. The entire family of Bharata Mata is living in the bathrooms. So he is talking about poverty, poverty in India, unemployment problem in India. Also, you can talk about how people are discriminated, how people are not given equal chances for the development, how many majority of the people don't get the basic facilities. So look at the condition of Bharata Mata. You talk about Bharata Mata as a developing nation or a developed nation, but look at the pathetic situation of Bharata Mata where you are not given opportunity. So this title Bharata Mata is addressing India as a nation, and it is questioning sarcastically, how dare you leave such people under poverty? How can you leave them without giving any opportunities? So I will read some other phrases also, like a tapeworm through frozen shit. So again, shit. So in the toilet, you can find some tapeworms. I like that you have thrown something, okay, and then swallowed. I am used to seeing pot-bellied children ride the dog with the jockey's confidence. Used the old man pick his nose is prayer-like concentration. Used to a hand like wiping the mouse, like a car with a loaf outside industry house. So this scenario shows how the children, pot-bellied children, usually when do children get pot belly? When they are under nutrition. So you can see in front of industries, people are with a pot belly. The children are pot bellied. So they don't have nutritious food, though their parents are working in the factory. The parents work in the factory, but they don't get enough nutrition. Okay. So again, this is an accusation. Though it is an accusation against the Indian nation, actually it is accusing the administrator who failed to note these problems that India faced that day. So with this, I wind up today's class. If you have any doubt, you can ask me now. In the next class, we will discuss the third unit, fiction. Any doubts? Do you have any doubt?
Ma'am, will you provide the question paper for this paper?
Actually, the question paper samples are available in the website. You please check the website. There are many question papers there.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Any other questions? Okay, even if you have any question, you can reserve them in the next class. You can ask me in the next class. Okay, then. See you.
Good morning. Am I audible?
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Yes.
Morning, ma'am.
Good
Yeah.
morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Right. So, shall I straight away go to the slides? Uh, I'll just share the slide with you. Yes. Can you see the slides?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello. Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Ah,
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
right. Yes. So today we shall move on to the second unit of your syllabus, your paper, British drama. So now in the second unit, again, I just yeah, for your information, I have taken all the points which you find on the slides from the material that is provided to you, right? So the second unit, it traces the origins of English drama. Remember, yesterday we were talking about Greek drama and how Aristotle, based on Oedipus Rex, he had theorized tragedy, right? He had given definition of tragedy, what goes into the making of tragedy, and what is the ultimate purpose of a tragedy. Okay, the purgation or the cathartic effect it has on the audience, right? And so here in the second unit, we are tracing the origins of English drama, and then three plays are prescribed: Christopher Marlowe's Dr. Faustus, William Shakespeare's King Lear, which is a detailed study, and then you have Shakespeare's A Midsummer Night's Dream as well in this unit. Okay, so now English drama also was heavily dependent upon the Greek dramatic traditions, and now English drama, the way it started in England was, after the Norman conquest in the 12th century. The Normans from Europe, the European continent, they came and they invaded England and they settled. So when they when they came and settled in England, they brought with them their religion. Okay, and which was Christianity, and then so therefore these people were open to new religion, Christianity, along with the festivals of Christianity like Christmas, Easter. Okay, so these were all celebrations of Christ's life, or several aspects of his birth and his death. And the thing is, church was the first place where drama actually came into existence, right? And in order to make these people, the English people, understand this new religion and the new festivities of that, the festivities of that new religion, what the church, the priests in the church did was to perform the stories from the religion inside the church premises. Okay, so that is how drama actually started. And so these people were made to understand the new ideas of the religion, the life of Christ, etc., the Bible, etc., by the priests who perform stories from the Bible inside the church. Okay, so that is what you call as liturgical dramas, right? So the liturgical dramas represented dimensions of the life of Christ. Okay, and also I will quickly move through. There are three types of plays. The first type is the miracle plays, what you call as the miracle plays, and the miracle plays had as a subject a story from the scriptures of the life or the life of and martyrdom of a saint. Okay, so life of saints, right? So these were the miracle plays that were performed. And then you have what is called the mystery plays, and these mystery plays were usually stories from the Bible, especially the New Testament. And then the morality plays, where the characters were personifications of virtues, vices, and death. So you had character by the name of good. Okay, and then you had a character with the name evil. So you had good angels, bad angels, demons, etc. They that try to capture the soul of man. So then the fourth variety is called the interlude, and towards the end of the 15th century, they developed a type of morality play which dealt in the same allegorical way with general moral problems, although with more pronounced realistic comic elements. Now, what is the difference between the interlude and the other types of plays is that in the interlude, comic elements were introduced along with some seriousness. Okay, so this interlude actually set the tone for the starting of English comedies. Okay, the pure comedy type of plays. So you have the mystery plays, the miracle plays, the morality plays, and the interlude. Now, English drama, as I told you, started off in the premises of the church, where priests used to perform stories from the Bible or the life of Christ or the life of saints. And later on, this kind of performances, it moved out of the church premises, and when it came to the church, out of the church, even lay people started performing or participating in these plays. Okay, but the theme was the same when it came to the marketplace, from the church premises, from inside the church premises to the marketplace. Again, it was performed in station wagons, carriages, and that became the performance, the stage, right? And still they only contained stories from the Bible that were being performed: the birth of Christ or the death of Christ, the passion, etc. Okay. And then you have the varieties of English plays, the morality, mystery, and then you come to the first English comedy, Gorboduc, also known as Ferex and Porrex, which was written by Thomas Sackville and Thomas Norton, and produced in the year 1561 to 62. Okay, so this Gorboduc is actually the first English tragedy, and it followed Seneca's pattern, the classical tragedy of Seneca. And Ralph Roister Doister is the first English comedy. Gorboduc, also known as Ferex and Porrex, is the first English tragedy, whereas Ralph Roister Doister is the first English comedy. So with this, we move on to the next stage of English drama, the coming of the university wits. So they were a group of 7, and the 7 playwrights, they had university the background. Okay, so they had university background. They were educated in the universities, either Oxford or Cambridge, and that is why they were generally grouped together and called as university wits. Now they were these people are the predecessors of Shakespeare. Okay, and so John Lyly, who's best known for his court comedies, and he also wrote mythological and pastoral plays, Endymion and Euphues. Next, you have George Peele, who began writing courtly mythological pastoral plays, just like Lyly, and he also wrote history and biblical plays. And the most famous of his work is The Arraignment of Paris. And then the third person is Robert Greene, who founded what is called as romantic comedy, and excuse me, and his comedies are The Honorable History of Friar Bacon and Friar Bungay. Then you have Thomas Lodge, who wrote Rosalind, which provided Shakespeare with the basis for his work, As You Like It. Shakespeare's As You Like It is based on Thomas Lodge's Rosalind. And then you have Thomas Kidd, who founded romantic tragedy, and he wrote plays mingling the themes of love, conspiracy, murder, and revenge. So otherwise known as Thomas Kidd's drama is otherwise known as revenge tragedy. Okay, and his play, The Spanish Tragedy, is the first of the series of revenge plays that captured the Elizabethan and Jacobean imaginations. So in these plays, violence and grossness come to the stage. For example, in The Spanish Tragedy, one of the characters bites off his tongue and spits it on the stage. So this kind of representation, vulgarity, representation on the stage. So Thomas Kyd's plays are known as the revenge tragedies. Okay. And then you have the seventh person is Christopher Marlowe. You would have studied Christopher Marlowe in your BA too, I suppose. And so these are the 7 university wits. And after these people comes Shakespeare on the English stage. Okay, and he was greatly influenced by these university wits. Now coming to Marlowe, Christopher Marlowe. He is well known for his play Dr. Faustus, which was written in the year 1588. Now, Christopher Marlowe was the son of a shoemaker, and he was born in Canterbury in the year 1564. He was educated. I told you these university wits had university education. That is why they came to be called as university wits, right? So he was educated at King's School in Canterbury and at Corpus Christi College in Cambridge. He earned his BA, MA, and after which Marlowe left Cambridge for London. Now, he is known for his, he wrote only 4 plays, The Jew of Malta, Tamburlaine the Great, Edward II, and Dr. Faustus. So he wrote only tragedy, and these are his 4 tragedies. Marlowe's The Tragical History of Dr. Faustus. Dr. Faustus has a long title, The Tragical History of Dr. Faustus. It is based on the legend of Faust, which had its origin in Europe in the legends and chapbooks of the 15th and 16th centuries. So he borrows this story of Dr. Faustus, the plot of Dr. Faustus for his play, from the European legend of Faust. It developed around a real person. This legend actually, it centered around a real person, one Dr. Johann Faust, who gained a reputation as a notorious magician and worker in black magic. So this person, Dr. Johann Faust, was a well-known magician, okay, a black magic practitioner. And he was famous for his necromancy or black magic, and he was said to have sold his soul to the devil in exchange for knowledge. So there is a pact between Dr. Faustus and the devil. Okay, so he sells his own soul in exchange for knowledge. He wants to become the most knowledgeable person, and therefore he sells his soul. This legend was brought to England by the translation of a German chapbook, which is a small book of poems, ballads, and tales on the subject. So this is the source of Marlowe's Dr. Faustus. Okay, so now coming to Faustus as such, the play. Now, Faustus in Marlowe's play, he is a learned scholar of Wittenberg. He has an insatiable thirst for knowledge. When the play opens, Faustus is seen in his study. He is examining the various branches of knowledge he has studied in the past. So he has completed his study of logic, philosophy, medicine, law, and theology. So he has, studied, or he has completed. He possesses knowledge in all these subjects. Now, still he wants to know more. Okay, he wants to study more, and then he is dissatisfied with all these, and he turns to the dangerous practice of necromancy or black magic. So he, his eyes turn upon this black magic and necromancy. He says, "Okay, I've studied all the other subjects like logic, philosophy, and medicine, but then this is the one field of knowledge where I haven't set foot." Okay, so therefore he becomes interested in necromancy or black magic, and with the help of his servant Wagner, he summons Waldus and Cornelius, and he requests them to initiate him into the rudiments of magic. Right, so he starts being initiated into magic. Faustus begins his experiments by conjuring up spirits. So he gets, that evil influence on him. So once he learns black magic, he wants to test that knowledge, and therefore he conjures up evil spirits. Then what happens is he learns that it was not his invocation that produced Mephistopheles. Now, Mephistopheles is one of the, he's an equal character in this play, and he is a devil, and he is the assistant of Lucifer. And so Mephistopheles, but the curses he heaped on the Holy Trinity. So Faustus actually is able to invoke or he is able to make Mephistopheles come before him only by cursing God, the Holy Trinity. And so Faustus asked Mephistopheles to return to the mighty Lucifer. Now, Lucifer, as you all would know, is a fallen angel, okay? And meet him again in his study at midnight to enact the pact. So now, following that legend of Faust, here Marlowe's Faustus, he wants to put up sign a pact with Mephistopheles. And Faustus is then subject to a spiritual conflict. Two angels arrive. So there is an inner conflict now, whether he should take up the black arts, whether he should be true to God, right? And so there is a conflict within him. Two angels arrive, and the good angel admonishes him to leave the black arts and concentrate on heaven and heavenly things. And now the bad angel is trying to advise him to think of honor and of wealth. So if you take up necromancy, if you become a follower of Mephistopheles, then you get honor and wealth, okay? Quick wealth and quick honor, right? So Faustus dreams of the power and wealth that will soon be his. And Mephistopheles arrives, so therefore he chooses to listen to the bad angel, okay? And then he wants to befriend Mephistopheles, who arrives to inform him that Lucifer needs a declaration from him to be signed in blood. So that is the pact, and that pact should be signed in the blood of Faustus, his own blood, right? So Faustus signs a contract by which he agrees to give his soul to Mephistopheles in return for 24 years of faithful service. So this is the pact. So he signs the contract with Mephistopheles, and according to which for 24 years he will be under the control of Mephistopheles, okay, faithful service. And he will be, he can do anything. He can achieve any kind of wealth, okay, in these 24 years. He will have absolute power and through black magic. So he is, however, upset by several bad omens. Now, to divert Faustus, the three devils, Mephistopheles, Beelzebub, and Lucifer, they arrange for some entertainment, a parade of the 7 deadly sins, so that the character of the 7 deadly sins appear. So Mephistopheles takes Faustus to Rome, okay? In the Pope's private chamber, both of them play practical jokes on the Pope. So Faustus, a very intelligent man, an intellectual, a scholar, who is a very knowledgeable person, okay? And how he turns or transforms into a very bad human, okay, under the influence of Mephistopheles, very cheap. He plays cheap tricks on the Pope. To that extent, he demeans himself. So at the court of Emperor Charles V, Faustus punishes a skeptical courtier. See, these are all magic that he's, executing, he's practicing with the help of Mephistopheles by putting horns on his head. Okay, suddenly there is somebody who has horns on his head. It is because Faustus, okay. He then produces the apparitions of Alexander the Great and his paramour, and that of Darius, king of Persia, right? So all these historical, classical figures, they come to life because of his black magic. He revels in that kind of, power that he has. And at the court of the Duke of Vanhall, Faustus, with the help of Mephistopheles, produces grapes in January, which is not possible. And the 24 years allotted to Faustus are now almost, so, for the 24 years, he has been able to achieve all these mean things, okay, to perform black magic, and he gets pleasure out of that. And so now that period comes to an end. So to entertain, now what will happen is he'll have to, come out of that contract. He expects the devil to come at midnight to claim him, to take him away. So to entertain his scholar friends, Faustus summons the spirit of Helen of Troy from the underworld. So the last moment of pleasure that he has, before he can give his soul to Mephistopheles. So Helen of Troy is conjured, and but nothing can save Faustus now. The old man witnesses Faustus' exclusion from the grace of heaven. So he has fallen out of the grace of heaven, out of the grace of God, right? So the bad angel warns Faustus to be ready to taste hell's pains perpetually. So the good angel tells him that the jaws of hell are open to receive him. Faustus has only an hour to live. So the entire play, is that 1 hour of, the conflict that Faustus undergoes. So he dreads the moment of damnation. Faustus begs for relief from the eternal torment in store for him and wishes that he were a beast without a soul. So the clock strikes 12. And in the midst of thunder and lightning, the devils come and carry Faustus away to hell. So Dr. Faustus is set in so that is what happens. Okay. So for 24 years, he enjoys unlimited power, using black magic on anything and everything, just for his pleasure. And then at the end of the 24th year, he is being taken away to hell. Now Dr. Faustus, the play is actually set in the 15th century Germany, mostly in Faustus' house at Wittenberg. So the entire setting is his house. In Act 3, the setting shifts to Rome. Remember, he goes to, play tricks on the Pope. Having traveled through France, Germany, and Italy, Faustus and Mephistopheles arrive at the Pope's palace at the Vatican, Rome. Thereafter, he goes to the court of Emperor Charles V at Innsbruck, Germany. And in Act 4, Scene 5, the setting shifts to the court of the Duke and the Duchess of Vanalt. And according to the classical definition of tragedy by Aristotle, the setting should be, unity of place, unity of time, unity of action, right? So here, Marlowe breaks all these unities, and you will find that even Shakespeare does the same. And so the final act of the play is set in Faustus' house at Wittenberg. So after all his travel to these several places, once again he comes back to his house. And then you have these 7 deadly sins: pride, covetousness, envy, wrath, gluttony, sloth, lechery. So he happens to be, suffering from all these, affected by all these sins. And one of the play's minor themes is Faustus' quest for knowledge and quest for power. And despite being a tragedy, Marlowe's Dr. Faustus has many features of morality play, which are the conflict between good and evil. So morality plays has characters, the virtues, as abstract characters, okay? Abstract qualities like, good, bad, and so on. So here you find in the presentation of the deadly sins, right? The good and the evil angels, etc. Then the creation of good and bad. The old man as good counsel, the pageant of the 7 deadly sins. All these are, part of this morality play, which, Faustus has. And the major theme is the pride that goes before a fall. Now, Faustus' sin is not in his practice of necromancy, but in his denial of God's power and majesty. Okay, so that is the crux. That is, he is not. His sin is not that he's practicing necromancy, but the fact that he refuses the power of God. He denies the power of God. And his pride is the source. See, remember, this has a parallel to again Lucifer. Now, Lucifer denied the power of God. He wanted to be equal to God, and therefore his pride led him to his fall. Okay, so therefore here Faustus also he has his pride. That is the reason for his fall, and he's damned to hell. All the other sins committed by him are various aspects of the sin of pride. Now, even his despair in the last scene of the play is another aspect of his pride, because it prevents him from asking God's forgiveness. So even in the last moment, when he's going to be taken away to hell permanently, right? But when the devils arrive to carry him to hell, he does not, relent. He does not ask God for forgiveness. So that is the type of pride that he has. Now, Faustus' despair denies God's mercy. And the theme of pride is seen in Mephistopheles' discussion with Faustus on the subject of hell. Mephistopheles replies honestly to all his questions about hell. However, Faustus, out of pride in his own resolution, refuses to accept the truth. When asked how Lucifer fell from grace, Mephistopheles says, by aspiring pride in his insolence, for which God threw him from the face of heaven. So that is the parallel that I was telling you about between Lucifer and Faustus. So why did Lucifer fall from heaven? It is because of his pride. And despite Mephistopheles narrating the entire story, Faustus does not learn his lesson. He too is filled up with the same kind of insolence and pride and does not accept the power of God and does not ask for mercy. Okay, so now Dr. Faustus is a typical Renaissance play, and it touches upon many aspects of the Renaissance age. For example, his thirst for knowledge. Okay, Dr. Faustus's thirst for knowledge. And the play also deals with the ambition of the Renaissance to cultivate an aspiring mind. So he aspires for, knowledge, for more. The Renaissance aspiration for infinite knowledge is embodied in Faustus. So in this way, it is a typical Renaissance play, right? So Marlowe's play, it is representative of the Renaissance movement. Yes, and so with that, we complete Faustus, and now let me move on to William Shakespeare. William Shakespeare, he was the third child of John Shakespeare and Mary Arden. Now he went to the grammar school in his town, and in 1582 he had the license for the marriage, and he married Anne Hathaway, and then they had three children together, Susanna the eldest, and the twins Hamnet and Judith. And William Shakespeare left his family at Stratford, went up to London in the year 1586. Now, at that time, Queen Elizabeth had already reigned about 28 years, and London, remember, Queen Elizabeth's time is supposed to be the golden period in the history of England. So she reigned for 28 years already, and London had grown rich and prosperous. Now, it was in those times that the first theatres, the theatre, the Curtain, and the remodeled house known as Newington Butts theatres, she patronized drama, okay, and she patronized this kind of entertainment, and several theatres had come about in England, okay, where plays were being enacted. So that was the major form of entertainment for the Elizabethans. So you have Shakespeare, coming to Shakespeare's plays. There are 37 in number, and are usually attributed to him, and are generally broken down into 4 categories. You have the histories, you have the comedies, you have the romances, and you also have the tragedies. So Shakespeare, a versatile playwright, he had contributed to every form of the dramatic literature. Okay, so now coming to the histories, there are about 10 history plays in all, and they tell the story of, now when you take history plays of Shakespeare, there are 2 types. One is the history plays of England, and then you have the Roman history plays. Okay, the English history plays and the Roman history plays. Now, the English history plays, they tell the story of England from the 14th century through Henry VIII. These are the plays, the English history plays written by Shakespeare. Henry VI, parts 1, 2, and 3. Henry IV, parts 1 and 2. Richard III, King John, Richard II, Henry V, Henry VIII. Okay, these are the English history plays. Now, coming to the comedies, to be considered a comedy during the Renaissance, a play needed nothing more than a happy ending. So this was the general definition of a comedy, that it should have a happy ending and an optimistic point of view. And Shakespeare's romantic comedies, which were popular during the period 1595 to 1600, they generally revolved around love affairs that were temporarily in trouble. And then at the end of the play, it will be solved. It will all end up in happy marriage. So after 1600, the tone of his comedies changed, becoming more somber or dismal. However, since they had happy endings, they were still considered comedies. So Shakespeare's comedies are Twelfth Night, The Comedy of Errors, The Two Gentlemen of Verona, Love's Labour's Lost, The Taming of the Shrew, A Midsummer Night's Dream, The Merchant of Venice, Much Ado About Nothing, As You Like It, The Merry Wives of Windsor, Troilus and Cressida, All's Well That Ends Well, and Measure for Measure. Some of his comedies actually were a mix between tragic and comic elements. They are otherwise known as the tragi-comedy. So the first half of the play will carry sad elements, tragic elements, but the second half will end in comedy. It has comic elements. It will end with a happy note. So the tragi-comedy. So he wrote, comedies, tragedies, as well as tragi-comedies. Yes, now you have the romances, okay? And then the 4 plays that Shakespeare wrote when his theatre company began producing plays at the Blackfriars, the theatre Blackfriars in 1608. And these plays are known as the romances. This theatre allowed for sets that used more scenery, more lighting effects, and consequently cost more money. And so these are the romances of Shakespeare: Pericles, Cymbeline, A Winter's Tale, and The Tempest. Then the comedies. You have the tragedies of Shakespeare. Now, Shakespearean tragedies were written between 1601 and 1606. And they involve parallel plots. Remember, the tragedy as defined by Aristotle should have only one single plot with a proper beginning, middle, and an end. But Shakespeare's plays have several plots, okay? One main plot and then many subplots are there. So parallel plots, symbolism, psychological complexity, and of course death, because it ends, in the death of the hero. Happiness is unheard of in his tragedies, and good and evil are usually clearly separated. Tragedies are Titus Andronicus, Romeo and Juliet, Julius Caesar, Hamlet, Othello, Macbeth, Antony and Cleopatra, Timon of Athens, Coriolanus, and King Lear. Actually, the tragedies, if you see, they are Hamlet, Othello, Macbeth, and King Lear. These are the tragedies, pure tragedies. Now, Romeo and Juliet, Antony and Cleopatra, Timon of Athens, these are the Roman history plays, okay? Though they are also tragedies. Yes. Now coming to William Shakespeare's play, A Midsummer Night's Dream. That I just gave you a brief history of his writings, the 37 plays that he had written. Now let us go to A Midsummer Night's Dream that is prescribed for you. This was written in the year 1596, and it is a comedy which has all the elements of a romantic comedy, and the play can be classified as a romance, a genre involving much more than love. And the play has the following characteristics that make it a romance. Now let us look at the story. Now you have Theseus, Duke of Athens, who is preparing for his marriage to Hippolyta, the queen of the Amazons, with a 4-day festival of pomp and entertainment. Now he commissions his master of the revels, Philostrate, to find suitable amusements for the occasion. So Theseus is going to marry Hippolyta, and for this purpose he wants to arrange a lot of amusements. Now Aegeus, an Athenian nobleman, marches into Theseus' court with his daughter Hermia and 2 young men, Demetrius and Lysander. Now Aegeus wishes Hermia to marry Demetrius, who loves Hermia. So Demetrius is in love with Hermia, but Hermia is in love with Lysander and refuses to comply. Okay, so Demetrius loves Hermia, but Hermia loves Lysander. Now Aegeus asks for the full penalty of law to fall on Hermia's head if she flouts her father's will. So if she's not obeying her father's will and marrying Demetrius, then she should be punished for that. Now Theseus gives Hermia until his wedding to consider her options, warning her that disobeying her father's wishes could result in her being sent to a convent So she'll be sent to a convent and to become a nun. So she will not, she cannot marry anybody. That will be her punishment. And nonetheless, Hermia and Lysander plan to escape Athens the following night and marry in the house of Lysander's aunt, some 7 leagues distant from the city. So they plan to escape and they plan to marry without the knowledge of Hermia's father. They make their intentions known to Hermia's friend Helena, who was once engaged to Demetrius and still loves him, even though he jilted her after a meeting. So now you have Hermia, who loves Lysander. You have Helena, who's in love with Demetrius, but Demetrius is in love with Hermia, right? Hoping to regain his love, Helena tells Demetrius of the elopement that Hermia and Lysander have planned. So she wants to win back his love. So therefore, she divulges this information regarding Hermia and Lysander, how they plan to elope. So at the appointed time, Demetrius stalks into the wood after his intended bride, that is Hermia, and her lover. Helena follows behind him. And in these same woods are two very different groups of characters. Hello, are you all there? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. So in these same woods, there are two very different groups of characters. The first is a band of fairies, including Oberon. See, look in this play, you don't have just human characters, but you have these mythological characters as well. Okay, so there are fairies also, including Oberon, the fairy king, and Titania, his queen, who has recently returned from India to bless the marriage of Theseus and Hippolyta. So they have come to participate in the marriage of Theseus and Hippolyta. Now the second is a band of Athenian craftsmen who are rehearsing a play that they hope to perform for the Duke and his bride. So there is a band of actors who are practicing a play which they are going to perform for the marriage of Theseus and Hippolyta. Now, Oberon and Titania are at odds over a young Indian prince given to Titania by the prince's mother. The boy is so beautiful that Oberon wishes to make him a knight, but Titania refuses. Now, seeking revenge, Oberon sends his merry servant Puck to acquire a magical flower, the juice of which can be spread over a sleeping person's eyelids to make that person fall in love with the first thing he or she sees upon waking. Now, Puck obtains the flower and Oberon tells him of his plan to spread its juice on the sleeping Titania's eyelids. So he wants, Titania to fall in love. So therefore, this is the plan that he wants to carry out. So having seen Demetrius act cruelly toward Helena, he orders Puck to spread some of the juice on the eyelids of the young Athenian man. Okay, so they want Demetrius and Helena, Demetrius to fall in love with Helena. So therefore, some juice should be, put on his eyelids. Puck encounters Lysander and Hermia, thinking that Lysander is the Athenian of whom Oberon spoke. Puck afflicts him with the love potion. Lysander happens to see Helena upon awaking and falls deeply in love with her, abandoning Hermia. So the love triangle, see, Lysander who's in love with Hermia because of Puck's action, who puts a love potion on his eyes. He opens his eyes to see Helena first and therefore falls deeply in love with her. So this confusion, a lot of confusion there. As the night progresses and Puck attempts to undo his mistake, both Lysander and Demetrius end up in love and with Helena. So now you have these two people, Demetrius and Lysander end up in love with Helena, who believes that they are mocking her. Now Hermia becomes so jealous that she tries to challenge Helena to a fight. Demetrius and Lysander, they nearly fight over Helena's love, but Puck confuses them by mimicking their voices, leading them apart until they are lost separately in the forest. Now, when Titania wakes up, the first creature she sees is Bottom, the most ridiculous of the Athenian craftsmen, whose head Puck has mockingly transformed into that of an ass. So there is a man with a ass's head, okay, a donkey's head. Now, Titania falls in love with that. Now, Titania passes a ludicrous interlude doting on the ass head weaver. Now, eventually, Oberon obtains the Indian boy Puck spreads the love potion on Lysander's eyelids, and by morning all is well. So now, once again the potion is love potion is put on Lysander's eyelids, and all confusion is lifted. Now Theseus and Hippolyta discover the sleeping lovers in the forest and take them back to Athens to be married. Now Demetrius now loves Helena and Lysander now loves. So the confusion is cleared. So Demetrius loves Helena and Lysander loves Hermia. After the group wedding, the lovers watch Bottom and his fellow craftsmen perform their play, a fumbling, hilarious version of the story of Pyramus and Thisbe. Now, when the play is completed, the lovers go to bed. The fairies briefly emerge to bless the sleeping couples with a protective charm and then disappear. Only Puck remains to ask the audience for its forgiveness and approval, and to urge it to remember the play as though it had all been a dream. So it is not a play that you are watching, but it's just a figment of your, your dream. You have been in a strange dream, and all these, the story unfolded in your dream, and that's how the play ends. So now the themes in this play are love's difficulty. Okay, so the course of true love never did run smooth. So it is a very difficult thing to find true love. Okay, the course of true love is very difficult. It doesn't come easily. Now, Lysander articulating one of Midsummer Night's Dream's most important themes, that of the difficulty of love, and then magic. Okay, the element of magic. Fairies magic, which brings about many of the most bizarre and hilarious situations in the play. It is another central element. And then you have dreams, as the title suggests. Dreams are an important theme in Midsummer Night's Dream. They are linked to the bizarre magical mishaps in the forest. And then you have motifs, contrast, such as contrast. The idea of contrast is the basic building block of a Midsummer Night's Dream. The entire play is constructed around groups of opposites and doubles. Okay, so contrast is an important motive or element in the play, and you have different groups of opposites and doubles. Nearly every character present in the play has an opposite. Helena is tall, Hermia is short, Puck plays pranks, Bottom is the victim of pranks. Now Titania is very beautiful, Bottom is a grotesque person, a human with a ass's head. Then you have this love potion. Love potion is made from the juice of a flower that was struck with one of Cupid's misfired arrows. It is used by the fairies to wreak romantic havoc, throughout Acts 2, 3, and 4. Now, the play within a play. Remember, I told you they are practicing to perform a play at the marriage of, I just don't get his name. Yeah, Hippolyta's marriage. Yes, Themis and Hippolyta. Now, this is called the play within the play, and scene 1 is used to represent in condensed form many of the important ideas and themes of the main plot. So that play within the play tells you the entire story of the actual play. Now, Pyramus and Thisbe face parental disapproval in the play within a play, just as Hermia and Lysander do. The theme of romantic confusion enhanced by the darkness of night is rehashed, as Pyramus believes that Thisbe has been killed by the lion. So this is the story that is enacted on this play within the play. And A Midsummer Night's Dream is a comedy ultimately, and through which Shakespeare makes us think about the credibility of the idea of falling in love at the first sight with someone. Okay, is it true? Whether that love can be viable, whether that love can be valid. Okay, this concept of love at first sight. So it has to be put to a number of tests, okay, till it comes true. So love is the butt of a colossal joke here, made to look absurd, grotesque, and foolish. We saw in the foolish, grotesque, and foolish because the way Titania falls in love with somebody with a ass's head. So we saw in the play that imagination can make even an ass desirable. As with Bottom and Titania, okay, love makes an ass out of you. The irrationality of love is shown. This doesn't mean Shakespeare stands for moderation and sobriety. He's not trying to promote anything or to influence people in love, right? He doesn't say that love should be moderate or, he only, portrays for the sake of performance, for the sake of comedy. And he seems to encourage setting limits, not just to passion, but also to the roles of common sense and reason in life. They should also play a role. Okay, now coming to King Lear, the tragedy prescribed for you. Now, list of characters in King Lear. You have King Lear, who's the aging king of Britain and the protagonist of the play. Then you have Goneril, Lear's elder daughter and the wife of the Duke of Albany. You have Regan, Lear's middle daughter and the wife of the Duke of Cornwall. You have Cordelia, Lear's younger daughter, disowned by a father for refusing to flatter him. So these are the three daughters, Goneril, Regan, and Cordelia, of which Cordelia refuses to flatter her father. Okay, and therefore he disowns her. Now, Gloucester, a nobleman loyal to King Lear, whose rank Earl is below that of Duke. Okay, and Edgar is Gloucester's older legitimate son, whereas Edmund is Gloucester's younger illegitimate son. So Gloucester, he's a nobleman loyal to King Lear, and he has two sons, Edgar and Edmund. Edgar is legitimate son, whereas Edmund is illegitimate son. Now, Kent, a nobleman of the same rank as Gloucester, he's loyal to King Lear. Kent spends disguised as a peasant, calling himself Caius, so that he can continue to serve Lear even after Lear banishes him. He's extremely loyal, but he gets himself into trouble throughout the play by being extremely blunt and outspoken. Then you have Albany, who is the husband of Lear's daughter Goneril. Albany is good at heart, and he eventually denounces and opposes the cruelty of Goneril, Regan, and Cornwall. Yet he is indecisive and lacks foresight, realizing the evil of his allies quite late in the play. So he's too good for that, right? So Cornwall is the husband of Regan, Lear's second daughter. Now, unlike Albany, Cornwall is domineering, cruel, and he's also violent. He works with his wife and sister-in-law Goneril to persecute Lear and Gloucester. So the trio, okay, Goneril, Regan, the two sisters, and Regan's husband Cornwall. Okay, they are the conspiring people working against King Lear. Now, there is a fool in the play, that is Lear's jester, who uses double talk and seemingly frivolous songs to give Lear important advice. Oswald is a steward or chief servant in Goneril's house. Now, he obeys his mistress's commands and helps her in her conspiracies. Now, King Lear, he is the aging king of Britain, and he decides to step down from the throne. He wants to divide his kingdom among his three daughters, but first of all, he puts the daughters to test, okay, asking each to tell him how much she loves him, okay, each of the daughter, how much she loves the father. Okay, so he wants to put a test to them before dividing his kingdom. Now, Goneril and Regan, Lear's older daughters, they give their father flattering answers. They don't truly love their father, but then for the sake of the kingdom, they flatter him with good answers. But Cordelia, Lear's youngest and favorite daughter, remains silent, okay, and saying that she has no words to describe how much she loves her father. So she doesn't directly tell him that she loves her father, but rather she said she doesn't have enough words to tell how much she loves her father. Now, Lear flies into a rage and disowns Cordelia. The king of, it's only a communication gap that happens, and he wants a direct reply. Now, Cordelia, therefore, is disowned by her father. The king of France, who has quoted Cordelia, he says that he still wants to marry her even without her land, and she accompanies him to France without her father's blessing. So she goes to France with the king of France, who wants to marry Cordelia. Now, unable to believe that his beloved daughters are betraying him, Lear slowly goes. Okay, yes. Now, Lear quickly learns that he made a bad decision. After Cordelia leaves him, he realizes that he has made a bad decision. And Goneril and Regan, they swiftly begin to undermine the little authority that Lear still holds. And Unable to believe that his beloved daughters are betraying him, Lear slowly goes insane. He flees his daughters' houses to wander on a heath during a great thunderstorm, accompanied by his fool and by Kent, a loyal nobleman in disguise. Meanwhile, an elderly nobleman named Gloucester also experiences family problems. So remember, there is no, it's not a single plot. You have this main plot of King Lear, and you have the subplot of Gloucester. So Gloucester too he's a father, and he also experiences problems in his family. So his illegitimate son Edmund tricks him into believing that his legitimate son Edgar is trying to kill him. So he's being fooled by his illegitimate son. Fleeing the manhunt that his father has set for him, Edgar disguises himself as a crazy beggar and calls himself Poor Tom. Like Lear, he heads out onto the heath. So now Gloucester starts believing that his son is going to kill him. His elder son Edgar is going to kill him. And with that wrong information in his mind, he also runs away, from that manhunt. And he's also roaming like King Lear. When the loyal Gloucester realizes that Lear's daughters have turned against their father, he decides to help Lear in spite of the danger. Now, Regan and her husband Cornwall, they discover him helping Lear, accuse him of treason, blind him, and turn him out to wander the countryside. So this is what happens to Gloucester. He helps Lear, but as punishment, Regan and Cornwall, her husband Cornwall, they blind him. And he ends up being led by his disguised son Edgar toward the city of Dover, where Lear has also been brought. Okay, his elder son Edgar helps him. In Dover, a French army lands as part of the invasion led by Cordelia in an effort to save her father. Now, what happens is Cordelia, who's in France and who is married to the French king, now she comes to England. She is going to invade, England in order to help her father, save her father and his kingdom. Edmund apparently becomes romantically entangled with both Goneril and Regan, whose husband Albany is increasingly sympathetic to Lear's cause. Now, Goneril and Edmund conspire to kill Albany. So, the despairing Gloucester tries to commit suicide. Now, Goneril's husband is Albany, right? Now, Edmund is planning to kill Albany, and the despairing Gloucester tries to commit suicide, but Edgar saves him by pulling the strange trick of leading him off an imaginary cliff. Meanwhile, the English troops reach Dover, and the English, led by Edmund, defeat the Cordelia-led French. Now, Lear and Cordelia are captured. Okay, so King Lear and his third daughter Cordelia, who loves him, they are captured. In the climatic scene, Edgar duels with and kills Edmund. Now, we learned the death of Gloucester, and Goneril poisons Regan out of jealousy over Edmund and then kills herself with her treachery when her treachery is revealed to Albany. So all these people, either they kill the other person or they die themselves. Edmund's betrayal of Cordelia leads to a needless execution in prison. And Lear finally dies out of grief at Cordelia's passing. Okay, so Albany, Edgar, and the elderly Kent are left to take care of the country. So you have all these good people, right? Innocent people like Lear and Cordelia, they are killed along with the bad people, evil people. Now you have these good people, Albany, Edgar, and the elderly Kent, who are left to take care of the country. Justice. So the theme of justice. Now, King Lear is a brutal play filled with human cruelty and awful, seemingly meaningless disasters. Now, the play's succession of terrible events raises an obvious question for the characters, namely whether there is any possibility of justice in the world. Because Cordelia is a good person, King Lear is a good person, so why should they unnecessarily suffer? Why should they be put to trouble? Okay, so all these kinds of questions are raised, or whether the world is fundamentally indifferent or even hostile to humankind. then we are left with only a terrifying uncertainty. Although the wicked die, the good die along with them. That is what I told you. So Lear and Cordelia, the good people, they also die along with Goneril, Regan, and Edmund, the wicked people. So then where is justice in that? Okay. So the world is full of terrifying uncertainty. Life is, that. And there is goodness in the world of the play, but there is also madness and death. So King Lear turns mad, for instance, and it is difficult to tell which triumphs in the end. So you cannot place judgment, and you cannot say this is good or that is bad. I mean, you find that bad is also happening, the good is also happening, and there is madness, there is death. Okay, so you can't say which triumphs at the end, either good or evil. Okay. Authority versus chaos. You have King Lear, who's about political authority, the play as such, and as it is about family dynamics. So King Lear is not a political play alone, but then it is also about family, the family of King Lear, the family of Gloucester. Okay, so Lear is not only a father, he's also a king, and when he gives away his authority to the unworthy and evil, so all his misjudgments, okay, Goneril and Regan, he delivers not only himself and his family, but all of Britain into chaos and cruelty. So his wrong decisions, wrong judgments have led the entire country into chaos and cruelty. And then there is reconciliation. Now, darkness and unhappiness pervade King Lear, and the devastating Act 5 represents one of the most tragic endings in all of literature. Nevertheless, the play presents, Cordelia and Lear, right, the way they are treated by Edmund and others, and the way they are put to death. Nevertheless, the play presents a central relationship that between Lear and Cordelia as a dramatic embodiment of true self-sacrificing love. And then you have the motifs. Motifs are recurring structures or contrast literary devices that can help to develop and inform the text's major themes, like madness. So madness is a motive in the play, and insanity occupies a central place and is associated with both disorder and hidden wisdom. The fool, who offers Lear insight in the early sections of the play, offers his counsel in a seemingly mad babble. Later, when Lear himself goes mad, the turmoil in his mind mirrors the chaos that has descended upon his kingdom. So whatever goes on, the conflict that goes on within the mind of King Lear, the madness within him, okay, so that is all seen in the outside world, in his own kingdom, which is full of chaos and turmoil. And at the same time, however, it also provides him with important wisdom by reducing him to his bare humanity, stripped of all royal pretensions, the way he is led to, Rome as a madman. Now, Lear thus learns humility as well. Now, betrayal is another motive. Betrayal plays a critical role in the play and show the workings of wickedness in both the familial and political realms. Here, brothers betray brothers and children betray fathers. Goneril and Regan's betrayal of Lear raises them to power in Britain, whereas Edmund, who has betrayed both Edgar and Gloucester, joins them. Now, symbols that are used in the play. Symbols are objects or characters, figures or colors used to represent abstract ideas or concepts. For example, the storm is a symbol. As Lear wanders about a desolate heath in Act 3, terrible storm, strongly but ambiguously symbolic, rages overhead. So there is a storm that is brewing there. And in part, the storm echoes the inner turmoil of Lear. Okay, so in the outside world, you have a storm, and in the inner mind of Lear, there is a storm again. Okay, so the outside storm is symbolic of the storm within the conflict that is going on, the turmoil inside Lear's mind and mounting madness. It is a physical, turbulent, natural reflection of Lear's internal confusion. Okay, and at the same time, the storm embodies awesome power of nature, which forces the powerless king to recognize his own mortality and human frailty. Okay, he's stripped of all that, the kingdom, okay, his kingship, right? So he's a humble human being now. And to cultivate a sense of humility for the first time, the storm may also symbolize some other kind of divine justice, as if nature itself is angry about the events in the play. And again, blindness is a kind of symbol. Gloucester's physical blindness symbolizes the metaphorical blindness that grips both Gloucester and the play's other father figure, that is Lear. Gloucester is blind to the true love. He blindly believes, the lie that was told by his illegitimate son, but he's not blind actually, right? So here you have King Lear, who's blind to the true love of Cordelia, and he cannot see through the evil nature of his other two daughters. The parallels between the two men are clear. Both have loyal children and disloyal children. Both are blind to the truth, and both end up banishing the loyal children and making the wicked ones their heirs. So that is the mistake they make, and King Lear is therefore a tragedy in which the threefold dignity of a king. He's an old man, he's a father, okay, and his king is dishonored by the cruel ingratitude of his unnatural daughters, and the old king, who out of a foolish tenderness is given away everything, is driven out into the world as a homeless beggar. The childish imbecility to which he was fast advancing changes into the wildest insanity, and when he is rescued from the destitution to which he was abandoned, it is too late. Now, Lear's tragic flaw is that he believes the external appearances to be real and makes a mistake in judging the character of his own children, which results in his tragedy. Okay, so here the flaw in the character, which is called the tragic flaw, that brings about his downfall. And a parallel plot also runs, which is the story of Gloucester, who also makes the same mistake as Lear, and he too realizes his mistake very late, when it is too late. And Shakespeare's King Lear is a moving story about love and human relationships. Okay, so this is the end of Shakespeare's King Lear. So I have covered the entire unit for you with 3 plays of Marlowe and the 2 plays of Shakespeare. If you have any questions, you can ask me, or you can reserve for the next session. Hello. Hello. Am I audible? Have you been listening to me?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, then I think time's up for your next session. So if you have any questions, you can ask me in the next session. I can share the slides with you later on. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah, you have started a group, and if you can, include me in the group, maybe I will be able to share the slides with you, right? Okay, then.
Good morning, all. Now, let us move on to British poetry. Hope I'm audible.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Right, thank you. So, here in British poetry, to introduce that to you as a new paper for this semester or for this year, I believe. So, we have altogether 5 units, out of which the first 4 units deal with detailed poetry. Okay, so the first 4 units deal with detailed poetry starting from the 16th century poetry, and the last unit 5, deals with non-detailed poetry. Okay, so unit 1, you have poems from Shakespeare to Alexander Pope. So right from the age of Shakespeare, which is called as Elizabethan period. So the 16th century, okay. So it is called as the Elizabethan period era. So starting from there, we will move on to John Donne and Andrew Marvell, who are together called as metaphysical poets. And then we will move on to the Puritan age, to which John Milton belongs. And then again, we'll move on to neoclassical period, to which John Dryden and Pope belongs to. Okay, so the textbook as such starts with the Elizabethan era, and the book as such in order to introduce poetry to you, has given you certain characteristic features of poetry and all. I hope all of you have the textbook with you. Okay. So unit 1 begins with an overview of what literature is. If we ask what literature is to you, then you might come with different points of view. So literature is a reflection of our life. It is a slice of life. It could be imagination. It is a combination of different genres like poetry, short stories, essays, novels, etc. etc. So then the book goes on to define what poetry is and what are the contents of poetry. Okay, so poetry is nothing but a creative piece of writing. So it consists of lots of ornamentative items also, like imagery, diction, melody, figures of speech, etc. etc. If you don't have images, symbols, rhymes, etc., then you cannot call it as a poem also. So these adds beauty to the poem. That is what is said. So when you are given a piece of work, when you are given a poem, you should be able to analyze what are the contents of the poem, what are the various figures of speech that finds a place in the poem. Usually in net exam and all, they'll give you a passage to analyze the various subject, the theme, the content, the tone of the poem. You will not be given the period in which the poem was written, or the author's name, etc. and all. You will just be given a passage from a poem, and you would be asked to analyze a poem. So in that way, it is very essential that you should be knowing what the subject content of the poem is. So you give a one plain reading, and then if you don't understand, again go back to it. Maybe 2-3 times reading will give clarity for you. Okay, so subject, the sense, the theme and tone. So with the reading of as many poems that are prescribed for you, we will definitely come to a clarity or have an idea like how to analyze a poem. Okay, so on page, some of the important ornamentative items of poetry are given. So imagery, what is an imagery? Image and symbols are very important for any poetry to be alluring, to be attractive. So what is an image? Image produces an image it gives a picture to your minds to express an idea or impression. Okay, so for example, the example that is given there is time's winged chariot. Time's winged chariot. So we know that time flies fast. Okay, very often we say time flies fast. We don't know like how this time went away. So time is here compared or referred to as a winged chariot which flies fast. So again, we have this metaphor and simile. You already know what a metaphor and what similes are. Okay, so what is a metaphor? Metaphor and similes are comparisons. For example, when you say the mother is like a lion when she fights in order to protect her children. So the word like refers to simile. But when we say the mother is a lion in protecting her children, then we give all the attributes of a lion to the mother. So metaphor and simile refers to comparisons. And then you have something called as diction. Diction is the usage of words, vocabulary. Okay, how words are arranged in a poem. And then syntax also refers to the way words are organized in a poem. And you have prosody, which means the arrangements of sound, the meter, verse forms, and other sound patterns. So you have different figures of speech, which gives beauty to the poem, rhythm, meter, etc., etc. Let us not go deep into the ornamentations of poetry, as and when we are reading the poems belonging to the different ages written by the different writers, we'll be able to enjoy this better. So for this class, I'm planning to cover Unit 1. So now coming to Elizabethan age, which is given on page 12, see, this particular course, British poetry, is designed in such a way that you have a complete reading, not a complete reading, you have selected readings of poetry belonging to various ages, starting from the age of Shakespeare, which is 16th century, to the modern period. Okay, we can also say postmodern period. We are now in 21st century, but then unit 3 has stopped with the poetry of T.S. Eliot. Okay, so 1965. So up to that poetry is given to us, and we can going through the poems written during the different ages belonging to the different centuries, we will not only be able to see what poems have been written, but also uh, you know be able to decipher the kind of society that was existing during those periods. After all, literature or poetry are reflections of life. Okay, reflections of life. So we will be able to understand the then society, the society that existed during that period. So here, starting with Shakespearean age, we don't call that as Shakespearean age or age of Shakespeare, but we call it as Elizabethan age because Queen Elizabeth was ruling England that time. So roughly from 1558 to 1603. So this is Elizabethan period, and this period saw England as a tremendous political power where cultural achievements were enormous and literature flourished like anything. It was under the patronage of the Queen directly, where the Queen herself was writing poetry and music. She was interested in poetry and music, and she encouraged literary life, and the genres that was flourishing, the genres that were flourishing during this period were sonnet and drama. The writers were excelling in this sonnet form, which was pioneered by Wyatt and Surrey. Okay, Sir Thomas Wyatt, 1503 to 1542, during the rule of Henry VIII. So he only introduced the English people to Italian sonnets. So it became a very famous form of poetry. And Shakespeare adopted this form, and also Edmund Spenser, the Fairy Queen. So Shakespeare not only experimented with this form, and he was not only a great dramatist, but he was also a great poet. And during Elizabethan period, regardless of social class, people belonging to various strata of society enjoyed theater, and they enjoyed poetry, and playwrights found themselves writing for highly diverse audience. It was not only like learned audiences or rich people or upper middle class, but also to a variety of audiences they were writing. And literature was flourishing during that time, despite some revolutions, despite some rebellions and unrest. The country was beautifully carried over by Queen Elizabeth, and England was flourishing as a nation of achievement and promise. So this period was really glorious for the flourishing of English literature. Now coming to Shakespeare, you have a separate paper on Shakespeare, wherein you would have studied like how many plays he has written and the various comedies, histories, tragicomedies, tragedies, etc., etc. So there is no need for an introduction to Shakespeare. So we see that from the period between 1592 to 1604, Shakespeare wrote 4 poems as well as a collection of sonnets. So they were printed as quarto editions. So when it comes to Shakespeare's poetry, very often you would be hearing these two terms, quartos and folios. Quartos means the volumes, the large volumes, the big volumes wherein the poetry is published. Folios are comparatively smaller volumes, roughly half the size of quartos. Okay, So we see that he had written a number of sonnets in which you can see the presence of a dark friend. Very often he dedicates his poetry to one W.H., who is presumed to be the third Earl of Southampton, because Shakespeare was writing at the period of plague and the great fire. Okay, so just like how we experienced corona during the during the 2019-20 period, just like that they had the plague which had shut down the theaters, and those of whom were relying on theaters and literature, literary works, had to face a lot of financial difficulties also. There were no patrons who were patronizing them, and their lives were like in a turmoil. And Shakespeare was totally in despair, okay, because he was not able to stage any play. So probably when he was writing at this time, it was this Earl of Southampton who was supporting him. Okay, so it is very often it is surmised to be third Earl of Southampton, but also it is referred to as William Herbert, the third Earl of Pembroke. So we really do not know out of these two which one is the truth. Okay, so now coming to sonnet 29 and 30, which is prescribed for us for our study. So you all well know that sonnet is a poem of 14 lines. You have different kinds of sonnets: Petrarchan sonnet, Spenserian sonnet, Shakespearean sonnet, whatever it is. It is a poem of 14 lines. Sometimes it is divided into octave and sestet. 1 to 8 lines, and then 9 to 12. It would be 9 to 14, isn't it? So octave containing 8 lines, sestet the remaining 6 lines. Sometimes it ends with the couplet, heroic couplet. Okay. So what is this heroic couplet? The last 2 lines of the sonnet, a pair of 2 lines of poetry that end with rhyming words. So mostly the rhyme scheme found in Shakespearean sonnet is A B A B, C D C D, E F E F, and G G. Okay, so this is how it goes, and mostly the sonnets of Shakespeare contains as its theme love only. Okay, so it's originally it was written to encompass love, but later on the themes of friendship, honor, duty, etc. also came into this. So here for us sonnet 29 and 30 are prescribed. So what is he doing in sonnet 29? What is his preoccupation in sonnet 29? In sonnet 29, he is discussing the nature of love. Again, love finds a theme in this sonnet. So he thinks that it is particularly, this sonnet was written when plague and poverty was threatening his life. So the London theatres and all were closed. Somebody wants me to repeat the rhyming pattern. It is all given on the textbook, okay? Once the class is over, you can please read. But anyway, I'll repeat it. The rhyme scheme is A, B, A, B, C, D, C, D, E, F, E, F, G, G. See, the textbook does not contain the sonnet as such. That is why you don't have the poem. But then all these things are available on the internet. If you just ask the internet to help you with sonnet 29, you will definitely have the poem, and you can also find the rhyme scheme. Okay, so Shakespeare was writing during the period when London theatres were closed and during the outbreak of plague, because of which he was thrown to poverty. So in this sonnet, he is writing about that only. He says, fortune left him. He says he was very unlucky. He expresses his unhappiness in this poem. See, you have to write what the theme of the poem is. Okay, so from exam point of view, I'll just give you an outline of what this paper is going to be. You will be having 5 marks, 8. You will be having 8 marks questions 5 and 12 mark question 5. Okay, altogether 40 plus 60, 100. So when you are in all the 5 units, you will be studying poetry belonging to various age. So supposing you are asked in one 8 marks or in one 12 marks, like what is the theme of Shakespeare's sonnet 29 and 30, or make a critical appreciation of the poem, you just have to say like sonnet 29, okay, expresses Shakespeare's unhappiness because of the personal experiences that he had had during this period. Okay, the political atmosphere of the country. So he expresses his unhappiness. He feels that he's very unlucky, and because of his poverty, the friends who had the friends and acquaintances who had earlier favored him had left him also, desolated him. But whatever it is, he says that even though friends have left him, and even though he was unlucky and all, and though he feels alienated, though he feels lonely, though he feels disgraced by the attitude of his friends, he has one beloved who's always with him. So naturally this sonnet is about the sweet love, okay, that he experiences, his beloved's sweet love. So in the first 8 or 10 lines, he's lamenting his lonely situation, he's lamenting his solitary situation. He says even God is turning a deaf ear to his pleas. Even heaven is heaven is deaf and not hearing his the sorrow or grief expressed. So at that time only he brings in the skylark's song, a lark that can arise at the break of the day. So as he is lamenting his condition, as he is feeling sorrowful despair, we can see that with the music of the lark, a ray of hope appears in his life. So, in the midst of isolation, sense of despair, loneliness, he could see a ray of hope, a kind of gratefulness. So, he has a beloved. The name of the beloved is not mentioned here, but he has a beloved here who provides hope to him, who fills in the gap that is left by his friends and acquaintances. So that is what this sonnet is about, okay. And sonnet 30 continues in the same vein, and sonnet 30 broods on life's disappointments. So it is about the goodwill of a friend here, where when the poet is thinking about his past life, he feels that he lacked so many things. He feels that he has not got many things in his life. So sonnet 30, the first 12 lines is talking about his feelings of despair only. He feels that his life is itself is in darkness. He has lost his friends. Many of his friends have died. So he has faced lots of disappointments in life. He has lost so many pleasures. He has lost opportunities in life. But in spite of all these losses, we have his friend who is supposed to be Earl of Southampton. So this poem is a memory of his pain only. It reiterates what sonnet 29 says. So we can see that sonnet 30 also is a tribute to his friend who has been with him during his dark times. So the majority part of the poem talks about his anguish, mental anguish. The narrator's anguish only talks about how he is dependent emotionally on his friend to have some kind of stability in his life. So, in the midst of political turmoil and the situation that the nation was facing, these playwrights were facing a setback financially, and these setbacks and these sorrows, depressions, anguish and all is overcome by them with the help of this friend who is mentioned in the two sonnets. So we can see that the poet is dependent on his friend for spiritual and emotional support. So the importance of the friend in his life only is established in these two sonnets. Okay, the importance of the friend in these two sonnets only is emphasized in these two. Is emphasized here. So with that we complete this. Any doubts? I'll move to lesson 3, which is about metaphysical poetry. So, this metaphysical poetry, the transition from Elizabethan era to Renaissance period. So, here you come across, there during in the Elizabethan period, it was under the rule of Queen Elizabeth, where poetry was flourishing and all, and they had a good period also. The writers, the poets, and literary writers were enjoying. During this period, in the Renaissance period, there was a kind of uncertainty for the people in living their lives, because the nation itself was undergoing some kind of conflict. So, the emergence of Renaissance, roughly the period will come under 1550 to 1660. So, this period can be called as a period of scientific enquiry and art. So, the age of Renaissance is also called as the age of new philosophy. Scientific inventions predominated the period, and intellectual and religious revolutions were there. So, we can see that this period is the period from 1570 to 1640 is the connecting link between Elizabethan age and Puritan age. Puritan age, the age of Milton. Okay. So, if Elizabethan period stood for life and pleasure, we can see this period, this Renaissance period, was a period of despair and disillusionment. Despondency was found everywhere. One reason for this was the political change. Okay, so people were experiencing uncertainty in life, and with the ascendance of James I to the throne in 1603, people were highly dejected, because he was a person filled with religious bigotry and an ignorant king also. So, because of his ignorance, there was a decline in literature and other things. And since it was also the age of science, the discoveries of Columbus, Aristotle, Ptolemy, etc., led to the establishment of new ideas. So, logic, theology, rhetoric was predominating the period, and it was the period when metaphysical poets emerged also. And here you also have another concept called country house poetry. I am reading on page 18. Okay, so we have this concept called country house poetry. So, what is this country house poetry? When poets are writing, when poets or dramatists or any literary writer is writing, he is full of praise in his work of art, in his poem. He is full of praise for another rich person's property. He praises the a rich patron, maybe a patron who's patronizing him, who gives him money to write, who supports him financially. So he brings in that patron's country house in the poem as a mark of some gratitude to the patronage. Okay, so in this country house poetry, we see that the poets flattered the patrons by making descriptions of the patron's country house or his wealth, his property, in order to gain sponsorship and a kind of status. So that is what is called as country house poetry. So coming to metaphysical poetry, we can see that this is completely associated with science. Metaphysical poetry is often characterized by far-fetched comparisons. Usually, the conceits, extravagant conceits are there. Metaphysical poetry is known for its knowledge power, witty, inventiveness, and elaborate style. Even if the theme that these poets are talking about, even if it is a simple theme of love, it would be described in far-fetched comparisons. For example, you would have read the poem Valediction Forbidding Mourning by John Donne. So there, Donne compares his love to, his lady love, his lady love's tears to floods. Okay, he would have compared his lady love's tears to floods, which is very uncommon and which is very far fetched also. Okay, so some of the important metaphysical poets are John Donne, Marvell, and Vaughan. So we see that these poets, their themes usually will be religious, love, and sex. And in order to describe these themes, they bring in extravagant conceits, witty comparisons. The comparisons made by these poets will be highly intellectual, so hyperbolic abstractions. Okay, you will not even imagine how can this tears be compared to floods, and then. When the two lovers are parting, when the two lovers are departing, moving away from each other, it is compared to the orbit of the earth. Okay, so such far-fetched comparisons, quite intellectual. So, and so that is the characteristic features of metaphysical poetry. Okay, so intellectual thought separated from feeling. This is what later on Eliot called as dissociation of sensibility. So coming to John Donne's poetry, which is given on page 19. So in this chapter, in this lesson, metaphysical poetry, we will be reading sample poems, two sample poems, one written by John Donne and the other one by Marvell. So John Donne, coming to John Donne, we see that 17th century was a century of great social change, and it finally ended with the execution of Charles I in 1649. So it was a tense atmosphere politically. If you see John Donne's views on love and women and all, very radical views. Page 19, please, if you have the book. So the earlier writers and all were writing about love with a kind of sweetness, where they used to chase women and you used to have modest women, etc. But here, the reversal of that introversion. Generally, women, the lover who's wooing his lady love, who's shy and reticent. So that there is a reversal of that in metaphysical poetry. So the relationships are seen from intellectual point of view. There is a kind of intellectual exploration of the nature of relationships. So for our study, we are given the poem "The Good Marrow." The Good Marrow, where you can see the speaker or the poet comparing his early love to childhood and sleep. Okay, his early love he experienced to childhood and sleep. So the Good Marrow is a poem that expresses the wonder as to what the speaker and his beloved did before they fall in love. So they had a life, they had their individual life before they fell in love. So what they were doing before they fell in love. So sensual love to spiritual love. So an allusion is given in this poem to the Catholic legend where there were 7 sleepers who, in order to escape persecution, went and hid themselves in a den and slept for 200 years. Okay. So an allusion is given here. An allusion to Catholic legend is given here, where some 7 sleepers had gone for sleep for 200 years, hiding themselves in a den in order to escape from persecution. So that is how Donne compares his love. So before they were in love, they had been in a kind of oblivion. They had almost forgotten what happened to their lives before they were in love. And their life in the past was a kind of dream for them. Their past life was a kind of dream for them, They had almost forgotten how their past life. And not only that, in their earlier to their love, they were filled with jealousies and they were suspicious of one another. But now they have shed all these suspicious feelings, jealous feelings, and they are trying to bring about a balance in their love. So earlier it was only the physical needs that were emphasized upon. But now Dunn is giving a kind of spiritual dimension to his love. So we can see that as the poem progresses, it is going towards a kind of spirituality. So the poet seems to believe that there should, if love has to achieve a kind of harmony, if love has to achieve a kind of harmonious union, that then both physical and spiritual needs should be fulfilled. Okay, so the emotional and physical states are so deeply connected that only brings a kind of harmony to a loving relationship. That is what John Donne is trying to state here. So he feels that he and his lover are two new worlds. So he says that he compares his love to sailors. Okay, sailors interested in discovering new worlds. So sailors may discover new worlds and try to come out with new maps, but John Donne says that I am not interested in exploring the world like the sailors, but he is satisfied with his love and he does not wish to explore any new world. He feels content, he feels satisfied with his lady love, and he says that both of our love fused together, blended into a kind of unity, is more satisfying than exploring the world. Okay, and not only that, in this poem, how does he use this metaphysical element? So he says the face of the lover is reflected in the eyes of the beloved. So he is able to see his face in the eyes of the beloved, and the beloved's face is reflected in his eyes. So their faces reflect each other, and thereby he stresses upon the plainness or the simplicity of their hearts. And he also says that their two faces are like hemispheres, it seems. So here we witness the metaphysical conceit, the far-fetched conceit, the comparisons, which are unimaginable. So intellectual conceits are being used by John Donne. Now coming to cavalier poets. Who are these cavalier poets? Cavalier poets are people who support the rule of King Charles I. So cavalier poets also, like the metaphysical poets, are interested in they are not interested in using intellectual conceits, but they believe in casual kind of references. Okay, so they lack a kind of proper concern. They don't give importance to religion. Also, they are away from religion, and they like poetry to be simple, references to be made in a very casual manner. That is what the cavalier poets are interested. So their language is direct and colloquial, and they like representing things in a very casual and amateur style. So some of the poets who belong to this group of poets, cavalier poets, are Thomas Carew, Sir John Suckling, Richard Lovelace, and so on. So all these are given on page 21. So here we see that these cavalier poets, they also accepted the ideals of the Renaissance man, namely wit, intelligence, music, and poetry. But then they were not writing with that kind of seriousness with which these poets were writing, but they were writing things in a very casual way. For them, life was far too enjoyable. Rather than spending hours and days in writing poetry with lots of allusions and other things. Okay, they felt life is to be celebrated instead of toiling, working hard towards writing poetry. But anyway, for them, love was not sacred, but it was a subject of reality. They did not give too much importance to love, but then took it in a lighter vein. And they felt that poetry should not be a matter of earnest emotion or public concern. It is only written for people to enjoy. So they depicted the fact that poetry should celebrate the minor pleasures and sadnesses of life, and poetry should also be very ordinary to reveal the day to day human affairs. Okay, so it should be very ordinary instead of being portrayed in a very extraordinary manner as the metaphysical poets were doing. So now let us move on to Andrew Marvell. So Marvell's period starts from 1620s. His birth day is not given, birth date is not given. Anyway, so Marvell was gifted with a very introspective imagination, and he is also a very talented poet who wrote with incomparable lyric explorations, and he also satirized men and life. He is one important British poet who was also writing poems in a satirical manner. So his poem that is prescribed to us is To His Coy Mistress. So the very title suggests that he is addressing his coy mistress. The word coy, it means shyness, modesty. Okay. So here we see that these cavalier poets were emphasizing that love is not sacred, but it's a matter of reality. It is a subject of reality. So here we see that the poet is telling his lady love, he is telling his mistress not to have this pretense of shyness. Okay, so he says shyness is very important. Let us start our love by going for a walk, or starting on a very platonic note. That is all fine only, it is all fun only. But then he says we don't have time enough to indulge in all those pre-love things. Okay, so here we see that the poet is trying to persuade his mistress. So he wishes love to be tranquil and drawn out. So here again the theme of this poem is love. And the very opening lines, had we but world enough and time, this coyness lady were no crime. So he opens the poem with by saying we don't have enough time and space. So if we have had enough time and space, then your coyness is okay, your shyness is okay. But now we don't have time, so let us straight away move on to our love. So again we see the extended metaphors. So here he is trying to bring out the superficiality of society, or the pretense that is there in the society. Okay, so he is trying to persuade his mistress. We can say that this poem is also an example of carpe diem philosophy. So what is this carpe diem philosophy? Seize the day. So let us not indulge in too much of pretentiousness of society. Let us seize the day, something like that. Okay. So he is not enjoying the resistance that is given by the lover for physical pleasure. He straight away tells her that let us indulge in physical pleasure. So we can see that this poem celebrates youth, beauty, and sexual pleasure. So the frankness in dealing with physical pleasures, the poem highlights that. So he says that time is running out, and let us not wait to indulge in our pleasures, and let us not waste time. Let us so we can see that he is bringing out the fact of timelessness. Okay, he is being very practical. He is bringing out the fact of timelessness. He also says death is imperative. So death is imperative, and that time is seen as a demon here. He says time is a demon which is slowly killing us all. So in order to win time, let us move on. Huh? So, by seeking instant pleasure and making best use of the time, let us carry on our love. That is what this poem is about. Okay. Now we'll move on to the age of Milton. So, the age of Milton is also called as the Puritan age. So, 1625 to 1660. So, this Puritan age or the age of Milton struggled for righteousness and liberty. During this age, England was almost on the brink of a civil war. So you have the historical references given on pages 25 and 26. So in 1649, when Charles I was executed, Milton was appointed as the Latin secretary to the Commonwealth. But again, when Milton lost, but when again Charles II came to position, Milton lost his he lost his position as the Latin secretary to Commonwealth. So you all know that Milton has written this great epic Paradise Lost. He has written 3 great works: Paradise Lost, Paradise Regained, and Samson Agonistus. And he has also written a number of sonnets. He has written 24 sonnets during the period 1630 to 1658. Most of his sonnets are religious in nature. You also would have read On His Blindness by him. Okay. So, wherein he first chides God for having made him blind, and then he says, there is nothing with God for him to have lost his sight, and whether he is with sight or lost his sight, whether he is blind or not, it is his duty to keep on writing because God has created him to indulge in literary writing. Okay, so he reconciles himself to the faith of God. He has a lot of faith and trust in God, and many of his sonnets bring about this faith. Now, here, the poem that is prescribed for you is Lycidas. Lycidas is a pastoral elegy. So, you all know elegy means mourning the death of somebody, lamenting poem. Okay, grief is expressed here. It is a death poem where here in Lycidas, Milton laments the grief of the death of his friend. He laments the death of his friend, and he also talks about the transient nature of life. Life is not permanent, everybody has to die. So he laments the death of his friend, and he also talks about the transient nature of life. So, pastoral poetry. So, what is this pastoral poetry? Poetry which writes about nature. It is the humblest type of poetry. It explores the connection between human life and nature. Pastoral, the Greek word pastoral. So it explores the connection between human life and nature, and usually it is written from the point of view of shepherds in a rural environment. It romanticizes the pastoral life. This kind of poetry, pastoral poetry, romanticizes the life in the rural side, and especially it romanticizes the life of the shepherds. Here also we can see that this poem is written from the point of view of a shepherd. The speaker is a shepherd using idyllic life imagery. Okay, so pastoral elegy. So the elegy which mourns the death of a friend. So this kind of elegies are often written to recollect friendship. Okay, recollections of friendships will be there, and then a parade of mourners. So many mourners will be there, and a gathering of flowers in remembrance of the dead friends. Then fate, destiny, then getting consolation. So here we see why has Milton written this Lycidas. So Lycidas is written by Milton in order to mourn a dead friend. This friend drowned in Irish Sea on his way to visit his family. He dies when his ship sinks. Okay, so Milton has written Lycidas for his dead friend who drowned in Irish Sea because of the sinking of a ship. So the poem first appeared in 1638 in his collection of elegies, and it is also commemorated. It also commemorates the death of Edward King. So that is the friend who died in the ship accident. So the structure of this poem itself is ambiguous, he says. It is said there are 12 sections and 3 major sections with an invocation. You will also be asked for your exams, comment on the structure of the poem. So the poem as such is not given here, but then you can refer to the internet and find out the content of the poem. So Milton's epigram labels Lycidas as a monody. What is this monody? It is a old ode address sung by a single actor, usually in Greek tragedy. So the lamenting, the mourning of a friend in a single voice. Okay. So now let us move to Augustan age. Augustan age is from 1700 to 1798. If you see, this Augustan age is also called as the age of reason or age of enlightenment, because reason was the emotion that was predominating the period, and it is 18th century. So 18th century, and the writers belonging to this period are Dryden and Pope. 18th century poetry was often criticized and also praised. Why it was criticized? Because it was lacking in content and it was often felt as superficial. Satire was the predominant genre of the age. Often, this Augustan age literature was written with the intention of teaching, with the intention of imparting moral behavior. It is often moralizing and didactic, okay, with the intention of instructing people as to how to behave and how not to behave. So the dominant style of this 18th century was neoclassicism, where a kind of order, balance, and harmony was characterizing the period. It was highly intellectual also. And 18th century poetry always had this trend of grandiosity in them. Abstract themes were dealt in a very grand manner. Okay, individuals were secondary only. If you take the romantics like Wordsworth and all, they gave importance to individuality. Individuals were treated in a lofty manner, and even the lower middle class people featured in the poetry of the romantics, whereas in the 18th century poetry, in the neoclassical period, themes were given a lofty treatment. Even trivial ideas, even insignificant ideas were given lofty ideas, and they were written for the aristocratic audience only. The audience that were kept in mind by the neoclassical writers were upper middle class people and aristocratic people, the rich people. So these writers, Dryden and Pope and the other writers belonging to that period, kept the educated people in mind when they were writing. They were not writing for the ordinary people, commonplace people, but they were writing for rich people who were educated. Okay. So coming to John Dryden, Dryden's period is from 1631 to 1770. So it was also called as the age of restoration, where Charles II was restored to power. And if you see the works of Dryden had written Annus Mirabilis, etc., etc. And again, the Great Plague and Great Fire of London, that also played a very important role. Coming to Mac Flecknoe, written by Dryden, this is a satire. So this is a satirical poem. So we are going to read two satires here, one by Dryden and one by Pope. Mac Flecknoe by Dryden and Pope's The Rape of the Lock. Okay, very quickly we'll look at what these two writings are. Mac Flecknoe, what is this Mac Flecknoe? Actually, it has a historical reference. Dryden was a poet who was flourishing during his period. But there was also another poet called Thomas Shadwell who had written a poem called The Medal. So, unnecessarily, Thomas Shadwell, this poet, actually, they were favoring Ben Jonson. Shadwell used to fancy himself to become the heir of Ben Jonson. So, he thought after Ben Jonson, it was him who's going to rule the literary field. So, Shadwell, he had criticized or he had satirized Dryden in one of his mock epics. Okay, he criticized Dryden in one of his poems called as the Medal. Okay, so he almost satirized him. He in a very pungent tone, which made Dryden in turn write another satire on Thomas Shadwell. So that is what is Macflecknoe. There was a writer, a poor writer who was not writing well. Okay, so so this writer is 1 minute. So, because Shadwell criticized him in his poem The Medal, Macflecknoe is written by Dryden in order to talk about the dullness, poetic dullness of another writer called Richard Flecknoe. Okay, there was a writer called Richard Flecknoe whose writings were not up to the mark. In order to mock that writer, Dryden wrote this Macflecknoe. So, in this poem, in this poem, we see that Shadwell is criticized. The main person who is being criticized is Richard Flecknoe, who's mocked for his poetic dullness. Okay, he is mocked for his poetic dullness, and the Shadwell is portrayed as being the heir to Richard Flecknoe. Okay, so that is what this poem is all about. So it is not criticizing an individual for his character, but for his aspirations. What is the aspiration of Thomas Shadwell? He wants to become the heir to Ben Jonson. So, in order to criticize there, and moreover, there are also political affiliations to this conflict. They fight. Dryden was a Tory and Shadwell was a Whig. So that background is also there. So we see that Dryden disliked Richard Flecknoe and he also disliked Thomas Shadwell. So in order to criticize both of them, he writes this poem, and he is not using any belittling techniques, but he writes. He elevates Shadwell to a position of a king of dullness. Richard Flecknoe is portrayed as a king of dullness, to which the right person to inherit that position is Thomas Shadwell. That is how the poem goes on. Now, next, we'll move on to Pope's The Rape of the Lock. Pope is also criticizing the then society. So, the rape of the lock. So, here, lock means hair. Okay. So, this again, he has modeled it on his epic. So this is also called as a mock epic. What do you mean by mock epic? Mock epic, epic consists of a lofty theme. Okay, so mock epic is something which satirizes. So here Pope was interested in satirizing the then London society, the trivial practices of the then society. He's satirizing and criticizing the upper class in London at that time. So here he uses Belinda as the central character. Belinda as the central character. So this central character, Belinda's hair is cut off. Her lock of hair is cut off at a social gathering by a baron. So this baron is modeled after the real Lord Peter, and Belinda is modeled after Arabella Fermor. Okay, so actually, Pope had a friend called John Carlyle. John Carroll. He had a friend called John Carroll, who was a prominent Catholic at that time. So this John Carroll had requested Pope to write about this incident. So there is this Arabella Fermor and Baron Lord Peter in a social gathering. This Baron, in order to teach Arabella Fermor a lesson, that she should not be vain and all. Under the influence of one lady called Clarissa, he cuts the locks of Lady Arabella Farmer. Okay, so so this incident caused a huge fight, and the two families were always involved in a fight. In order to bring about a solution to this, John Carroll asked Pope to write about this, so he writes it as a mock epic. So he writes it as a mock epic, and we see that he writes it in the model of an epic. So, how can you compare this poem to an epic? How can you compare this incident of Belinda's hair being cut to an epic? So, in the Iliad, in the Greek epic, the Iliad, you have the abduction of Helen in Greek literature. Okay, so Belinda's lock is compared to abduction of Helen, and it is there that all this feud between the two families start, the fight between the two families start. So we can see here that this poem, The Rape of the Lock, is in 5 cantos or 5 books, and you have the presence of the supernatural beings. You have this sylph or the spirit which comes in Belinda's dream and warns her that some disaster is going to fall upon her. Okay, but she gives it little notice. So we also see soldiers fighting in a battle. Okay, so all these elements are found in this poem also, which gives it the fervor, which gives it the flavor of epic. And we can also see the characteristic features of Augustan literature. So Augustan literature is modeled after classical Greek and Roman poetry, and the purpose of the literatures being written during this period is to teach, to instruct and delight, to teach and delight. And they have a moral responsibility. They say that human society should be ordered, should have a balance and rational, just like the universe. Anything that happens to upset this balance would have catastrophic consequences. So the writers of this Augustan age use satire to bring about the flaws in society. So they mock at these flaws and foibles, and thereby try to bring about a reformation. That is why these writers like Dryden and Pope resort to satirical form of writing. So they use mock epics, they use satires in order to highlight the follies and foibles of society and thereby bring about a reformation in society. So with this we finish unit 1. See, everything that we have done is given in the textbook that is prescribed for you. If you don't have the book, it is very much there on the website in Pondicherry University DDE website. Please download it, or books will be given to you. Please read, and the poem as such is not given, but then you can find it on the internet. Only the analysis part is given, which is going to make your job easier. A reading of the units will help you for better preparation. Any doubts? Thank you then.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible to you? Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Now we are last class we completed Essay on Criticism by Alexander Pope, where he talked about the importance of critic and the writer. Okay, now we are moving to Preface to Shakespeare. Preface to Shakespeare. In Preface to Shakespeare, Samuel Johnson, often referred as Dr. Johnson, was an English writer who made a lasting contribution to English literature as a poet, playwright, essayist, moralist, literary critic, biographer, editor, lexicographer. So he has done a lot of contribution to English literature. He is a poet, playwright, essayist, moralist, literary critic, biographer, editor, and lexicographer. As far as Dr. Johnson is concerned, you ought to remember for his Dictionary of English Language. Dictionary of English Language, 1755. He published the Dictionary of English Language, 1755. After that only we have, after 100 years, after 150 years, we have Oxford English Dictionary. So in 1755, he contributed to the English literature by publishing a dictionary of English language. As a critical thinker, he is famous for two important works. A literature students must read these two works. One is The Lives of the Most Eminent English Poets, and Preface to Shakespeare. So in Lives of the Most Eminent English Poets, he gives a biography of 52 poets, including Milton and Cowley. In our syllabus, we are going to read about Samuel Johnson's Preface to Shakespeare. Before going into the detail of the text, okay, summary, I'm just giving the question. You just note down the question. Am I audible to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, just note down the question. Based on the question, you can prepare for exam. First question. Discuss Shakespeare is a poet of nature. Discuss Shakespeare is a poet of nature. Question number two. How does Dr. Johnson defend? How does Dr. Johnson defend three unities of Shakespeare? Three unities of Shakespeare. Three unities of Shakespeare. Question number three. Discuss the merits and demerits of Shakespeare. Discuss the merits and demerits of Shakespeare. Discuss the merits and demerits of Shakespeare. Sometimes they may ask you faults of Shakespeare. Demerits, for demerits question, they may ask you faults of Shakespeare. Faults of Shakespeare. Question number 4. How does Dr. Johnson defend? Shakespeare's intermingling of tragic and comic elements in a work. Question number 5. Write a note on edition of Shakespeare. Edition of Shakespeare. Edition of Shakespeare. The next question is, how does Dr. Johnson evaluate? How does Dr. Johnson evaluate? How does Dr. Johnson evaluate? Shakespeare's works. Shakespeare's works. For this question, you have to add. Okay, I have already given the question. How does Dr. Johnson evaluate? How does Dr. Johnson evaluate? Am I audible to you?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
How does Dr. Johnson evaluate to Shakespeare's work? Means you have to add the above question. What are the questions you have to add in this question? Means Dr. Johnson, poet of nature. Shakespeare is a poet of nature, one paragraph, and then intermingling of comic elements and tragic elements, and then defense of three unities of Shakespeare. Three unities are time, action, and place, and then you have to add merits and demerits. If you have read this question, means you can write 5 mark, 8 mark question and 12 mark question. Is it PDF file is clear to you? Are you able to see it?
Yes.
Okay, right. So introduction, I'm just giving the basic concepts on, because it is a long essay. It's a long essay where Dr. Johnson reads all the works of Shakespeare, 37 plays of Shakespeare, and he writes a preface about Shakespeare plays. So 37 plays, more or less, it consists of 90 to 100 pages, 99 pages. Okay, 97 to 100 pages. So it is not possible for the teacher to cover everything, but I will give the important concepts on Samuel Johnson, Preface to Shakespeare. Preface to the plays of William Shakespeare has long been considered a classical document of English literary criticism. English literary criticism, as a literature student for more than 100 years or 200 years, whenever the course is started, English literature is started. So we have been studying. Okay, I have also studied this criticism. You are also studying. After 20 years also, I am teaching to you. Okay, the plays of William Shakespeare, preface to plays of William Shakespeare. It is considered as a classical document of English literary criticism. In it, Johnson set forth his editorial principle and gives an appreciative analysis of the excellence and defects of the works of the great Elizabethan dramatist. Most of the critics in English literature wrote only about the excellent Shakespeare works. They only talk about the merits of Shakespeare. Dr. Samuel Johnson is the only one who is, after reading all the plays, he is the only one who says the excellence and the defects of the work. The excellence and the defects of the work. Many of his points have become fundamental tenets of modern criticism. Okay, this criticism becomes a kind of a study for modern criticism. So, as an unbiased critic, Johnson has given Shakespeare's, after reading Shakespeare plays, he is talking about Shakespeare's genius, and also he talks about the defects in Shakespeare plays. No other document in 18th century literary criticism better than what is commonly known as Johnson's preface to Shakespeare So he has been working this criticism for 9 years. After that, he has completed, after 9 years, he has completed this work and produced the work Preface to Shakespeare. Preface to Shakespeare. Shakespeare's characters. I'm just giving the overview about Shakespeare's character, Dr. Johnson's views on Shakespeare's the whole work. Shakespeare's characters. Shakespeare's characters are just representation. Shakespeare characters are just a representation of human nature as they deal with passion and principle which are common to humanity. So Shakespeare characters like Hamlet, Othello, King Lear, Macbeth, just try to listen. Though the characters are taken from elite group in the sense that the characters are taken from kings, queens, princes, dukes, okay. Though the characters are from elite means the rich people at the time, the most of the characters are taken from the elite group, but it is just a representation of human nature. For example, when Hamlet says to be or not to be, when Macbeth says life is a walking shadow. In As You Like It, one of the character, Jacques, says that world is a stage, we are all actors. The characters are just a representation of common human being. They are also true to the age, sex, profession to which they belong, and against the speech of one cannot be put in the mouth of another. His characters are not exaggerated. These characters, for example, Hamlet may be from elite group. He may be a prince, but the characters are not exaggerated. Even when the agency is supernatural, the dialogue is level with life. The dialogues are real. It is on par with real life characters. Okay, am I clear to you? Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
Shakespeare plays are storehouse of practical wisdom, and from them can be formulated a philosophy of life. That's why many writers, many critics, okay, after 1600, it is written in most of the works, great tragedies, Hamlet, Macbeth, King Lear, or what is that, Othello, As You Like It, or comedies like As You Like It, Midsummer Night's Dream, okay, then 12th Night, King Romeo and Juliet, Julius Caesar, okay, all the character, all the plays are storehouse of practical wisdom. All the 37 plays you can find about a practical wisdom and a philosophy of life. That's why after 400 years, it is written in 1600, 1595 to 1610. More than 400 years, still we are talking about Shakespeare, the great genius. Why? At the time we have, for example, I already told you that in the yesterday class, I told that the Shakespeare work first considered as criticized that in psychological approach. In 2024, Shakespeare's plays are criticized as in queer theory, LGBT theory. That's why I say that it's formulated a philosophy of life. Moreover, his plays represent different passion and not love alone. In this place, in 37 plays, it represents many passions. In most of the writers' work, you find only the love. But here, love is a part of life. In Shakespeare's plays, love is part and parcel of life. Okay, that's why his plays mirror life. His plays mirror life in the sense that whenever you watch a Shakespearean play, it actually reflects life. Shakespeare use of tragic comedy. Shakespeare has been much criticized for that. you have to remember, okay, you have to remember Aristotle in theory of, in poetics, he gives unities, three unities. One is unity of action, unity of place, and the unity of time. Unity of time. According to Aristotle, just listen, according to Aristotle, unity of time means one day even, 24 hours, 24. The play should be between 24 hours, should act between 24 hours time. Place also a same place, it should not be, the place should not be deviated, the place should not be one place to another place. For example, if it is a Rome, if your place is Rome, the action, the place, the action should be take place between Rome. Unity of action, action is also take place between the same place, and 24 hours same place. Action should not be deviated. For example, if it is a comedy, it should be a comedy. If it is a tragedy, it should be a tragedy. But Shakespeare has violated, okay, has violated the three unities, the three unities. Why? Dr. Johnson defends this violation of three unities, tragic comedy, because he uses, for example, when you are writing a work, you should use only tragedy. The action should be only tragedy. For example, if you are writing a comedy, the action should be only in comedy. But here, he uses tragedy. In tragedy, he uses comic elements. In comedy, you uses tragic elements. So Shakespeare has been much criticized for mixing tragedy and comedy in his plays. And also Aristotle says that, Aristotle in his Poetics, Horace and others, many Greek and ancient Roman critics have formulated the theory for tragedy, comedy, and poetry. Okay, once you read this, you have to follow the rules set forth by the writers, the ancient writers. But Shakespeare has changed the scenario by adding comic elements in tragedy, tragic elements in comedy. Dr. Johnson defends him in this. That is, tragedy and comedy are mixed. Johnson says that, Dr. Johnson says that mixing in tragedy and comedy, Shakespeare has been true to nature, because in life we have good and evil, joy and sorrow, tears and smile. When you are happy, you are smiling. Whenever you are in sad mode, whenever you are in despair, you will have tears in your eyes. So it is a combination of two. So he says that life, there is a mingling of good and evil, joy and sorrow, tears and smile. So he says that it is against the classical rules. But Johnson says that it appeals open from criticism to nature. Moreover, tragic comedy, being nearer to life, combines within itself the pleasure and the instruction of both tragedy and comedy. Both tragedy and comedy. As a writer, as a human being, we can see in our life sad moments and happy moments. So in life also, we have good and evil, joy and sorrow. That's why he says that Dr. Johnson defends Shakespeare that it does not weaken the effect of a tragedy, because it does not interrupt the progress of passion. For example, Shakespeare in King Lear or in Othello or in Hamlet or in Macbeth, it is a serious play, tragedy. But he used some clown's character to make jokes, because in order to cater the needs of the different sets of audience are different. Okay, for example, when you are going to watch a commercial movie, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay, when you are watching a commercial movie, any commercial movie, the audience are different in group. The groups are different. That's why the most of the director has have used item songs in order to cater the needs of the people who are buying 50 rupees, 100 rupees ticket. In the same way, you can apply this also. There are so many sets of audience. Okay, elite people, then upper middle class, low class, peasants. A set of audience are there. That's why Shakespeare is the greatest genius. So you can understand this. Okay, why he is using tragedy in comedy, comic elements in tragedy. Okay, that the meaning is that, okay, Shakespeare doesn't interrupt the progress of passion, but the clowns and fools in like Falstaff character and many characters in Shakespeare's evoke a kind of jokes, okay, kind of wit to the audience in order to cater the needs of audience. Audience are different. Okay. At the same time, life is a combination of good and evil, joy and sorrow. It's not a problem to add comic elements in tragedy. In our life, we face lot of problems in our life. Okay, for example, your father, your mother, suppose a single mothers face lot of problems in their life. At the same time, they have happiness in their life also. That's why Shakespeare knew that pleasure consisted in variety. Continued melancholy or grief, when you are giving only the grief element or the sad part, is not often pleasing. Shakespeare had the power to move whether to tears or laughter. Right? Comic genius. Comic genius. Johnson says that comedy came natural to Shakespeare. Okay. Comedy came natural to the Shakespeare. It is very difficult a writer to evoke comedy, okay, evoke or create a comedy to the audience. He seems to produce his comic scenes without much labor, and these scenes are durable, and hence their popularity has not suffered with the passing of time. So still we are talking about comic elements in comic elements given by Falstaff or Jackson, As You Like It, and many characters. Okay, after 400 years, still we are talking about comedy in Shakespeare. Comedy in Shakespeare. Fools in Shakespeare. Women characters in Shakespeare. Why? That is, he is very good at producing comic scenes without much labor. Right? The language of his comic scenes is the language of real life. Comic scenes are taken from real life, which is neither gross nor over-defined. Hence, it has not grown obsolete. Obsolete means archaic. It is not old. After 420 years, when we read the comedy of Shakespeare, okay, we laugh. We laugh. Shakespeare writes tragedies with great appearance of toil and study. But whenever he writes tragedy, the great tragedies, HOLM, I just note down as here, and mnemonics, I use it as a mnemonics to the student. HOLM, H means Hamlet, O means Othello, L means Lear, M means Macbeth. So he has to work very hard to produce tragedies. But there is always something wanting in tragic scenes. When you read the suspicions of Othello about his wife Desdemona, or Hamlet's procrastination to kill his uncle. Okay. So when you read that work, you find that, oh my God, how he has written all these things. His tragedy seems to be skill, his comedy instinct. So he has to work very hard to produce tragedy, but comedy is his natural instinct. Comedy is his natural instincts. Am I clear? Are you able to follow me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, now we are moving to Johnson's defense of Shakespeare's use of 3 unities. I've already told you that there are 3 unities, that is time, place, action. Time, place, action. As far as Aristotle theory, action, unity of action, place, and time. Okay, time should be 24 hours. Action should not be changed from one place to another place. It should be a one place. Okay, place is also same. Shakespeare histories are either tragedy nor comedy, and hence he is not required to follow classical rules of unities. He doesn't follow the rules and regulation given by the classical writers. The only unity he maintains is the action. Many of the critics are opined, agreed that, Dr. Johnson also agreed that he doesn't deviate in action, but he does so faithfully. He does the character so faithfully. He has well maintained the unity of action because his plots are variety and the complexity of nature. Because the characters are different, the plot is also variety of plots because he has written 37 plays. So we can divide his plays into 4 categories: romantic plays, historical plays, comedy plays, and tragedy plays. So we can divide, but in all the plays he has beginning, middle, and end. The events are logically connected to another. And the plot makes gradual advancement towards the denouement. Denouement means the climax, whether to choose or not to choose. For example, I can take the example of Hamlet. In Hamlet, after the death of father, okay, his father was killed by his uncle, okay, Claudius. His father came as a ghost and informed him that to kill his uncle. But the uncle married the mother, right? So he didn't know what to choose, whether to kill his uncle, or if he killed his uncle, what happened to his mother. Mother may be a widow. So he procrastinate. Finally, the denouement is he was killed. Hamlet was killed. Okay. So here, there is a beginning, there is a middle, there is an end. Then the events are logically connected. But plot makes gradual advancement toward the denouement. As far as unity of time and place is concerned, Shakespeare shows no regard, because in order to please the audience, because audience are more important, okay, because he wants to, we can say that he wants to get more money. We can say like that, okay. Once the play is successful, audience will watch more than 100 times or 200 times, okay. If the play is a failure, no one will watch. To observing of these unities, it's considered necessary to provide credibility to the drama. But any fiction can never be real, and the audience knows that. Dr. Johnson says that the audience knows that the drama is a fictional one. The drama is a imaginary one. The spectator can imagine the stage of Alexandria. When the character says that we are in Alexandria, when the character, for example, Antony and Cleopatra, that now we are in Alexandria, the audience may imagine that it is at Alexandria. It is a Rome. The characters are Antony and Cleopatra. In As You Like It, first act, for example, in As You Like It, first act takes place in the king's court. The second scene will be in the forest. Okay. The third scene moved to another place. He says that, Dr. Johnson says that audience are very clear about the place and time. Place and time. They know that it is an Alexandria. It is a Rome. The actors are Antony and Cleopatra, Desdemona and Othello. They know that. Drama is a delusion. It's a kind of illusion, imaginary. Imagination as delusion has no limits. Therefore, there is no absurdity in showing different action in different places. That's why Dr. Johnson defends that, okay, the audience knows very well that, okay, the dramas or fictions are imaginary. They know that these are all fiction. They are not real. Any fiction cannot never be real. The audience knows this. As regards of unity of time, Shakespeare says that a drama imitates successive action, time, and just they may be represented at successive places. That's why I say that in As You Like It. So they may be represented as different period separated by several days. For example, in one of the works, I think the last play, he is giving that after 15 years, after the drama goes from beginning, middle, suddenly after 15 years. You can see it in the movie also. At the climax, you can see that after 1 year, after 15 years. In Padayappa, in Rajini movie, you can see that after the interval, you can see that after 25 years. We don't know what happened between the 25 years, right? Suddenly we can see the old Rajinikanth and old characters of Ramya Krishnan and Soundarya. Am I clear to you? The only condition is that the events must be connected with each other. The events should be connected to each other. I hope that you are all following, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Johnson says that drama moves us not because we think it is real, but because it makes us feel that the evils represented may happen to ourselves. We know that drama moves us not because we think it is real. We know that it is not real, but because it makes us feel that the evil represented may happen to ourselves. The evil characters, when you watch the character, you know that, okay, he is a evil person. Okay, we should not act like this in our life. Imitation produce pleasure or pain, not because they are mistaken for reality, but because they bring realities to mind. Therefore, unity of action alone is sufficient, and the other two unities arise from false assumption. Hence, it is good that Shakespeare violates them. Shakespeare violates two unities, especially unity of time and unity of place. Faults of Shakespeare. Now I move into faults of Shakespeare. What are the faults? Because we have been talking about, we are going to learn something about the merits of Shakespeare. Okay, we have been seeing Shakespeare characters, Shakespeare plays, then Shakespeare's three unities, tragic comedy. Okay, everything we have discussed. We are also going to see the merits of Shakespeare. Before that, in 37 plays, after reading 37 plays, Dr. Johnson finds there are some faults in Shakespeare plays. There are some faults in Shakespeare plays. First one is virtue sacrifice to convenience. Virtue sacrifice to convenience. Here the meaning is that, so most of the writers will talk about only the morality. Okay, morality. They talk about morality. They have to, the writers have to instruct the audience. You have to lead your life like this. You have to follow the rules and regulation given by the society. But in Shakespeare plays, you don't find, okay, morality. We simply say that his plays are not for instructing, it is only for pleasing. Just note down that virtue sacrifice to convenience. You can note it down that he sacrifices virtue to convenience. You can just note it down. Virtue sacrifice to convenience. What is the meaning? That is, he sacrifices virtue to convenience. The meaning is that he is more careful to please than to instruct. Though he has some moral purpose, he says, okay, at the end of the play, he gives some moral ideas to the people. He's not preaching moral in the whole drama. He is giving the moral, okay, at the end of the play. We can say that he writes moral, but he writes only for pleasing the audience. Is it clear to you? There is, in Shakespeare plays, there is no just distribution of evil and good. His virtuous character do not always show a disapproval of the wicked ones. His character pass through right and wrong indifferently, and the end, if they serve example, they do so by chance and not by author's efforts. The author, Shakespeare, doesn't want to give any kind of moral purpose to the audience. Okay, his main purpose is to please the audience. Am I clear?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Next point is
Yes, sir.
carelessness. Next point is carelessness about the plot. Carelessness about plot development. Just note it down. Carelessness about plot development. Okay. You just note down the point. Shakespeare plots are loosely constructed and carelessly developed. Loosely constructed and carelessly developed. You cannot find a coherent, plot in Shakespeare plays. So you have beginning, middle, and end. You don't find, plots are loosely connected and carelessly developed. You don't find a careful development of the plot. Third one is anachronism. Just note down that the another fault is violation of chronology. That is, or is indifference to historical accuracy. That means he doesn't follow the, for example, especially in historical plays, he doesn't follow the chronology, and actual events. You don't find historical accuracy in his work, because you can say that, for example, he wants to present 13th century Roman king. In that play, he can talk about his own contemporary life. That's why Alexander Pope is also criticizing him for not following the chronology. Fourth point, coarseness of dialogues. Just note down that Shakespeare plays of faults of dialogue and diction. Diction means that the right words at the right place. Okay, here the dialogues in his comedies are exposed to objection when the characters are made to engage in context of wit and sarcasm. Many of their jests are generally indecent and gross, and there is much licentiousness. Just note down this. Shakespeare plays of faults of dialogues and diction. Just note down what I am saying. It may be useful for you to write in the exam. The characters like chess, jests, jest and fools, have used indecent and grass language. Indecent and grass language. They may use a double meaning language. They use double meaning sentences. Okay, wow, that is the meaning here. There is much licentiousness. There is much licentiousness. Even the ladies are also joins the conversation by using indecent words. Even the refined characters like Hamlet, Macbeth, they also are at the same level of clowns and fools. Okay, that is the fourth faults of Shakespeare. Fifth faults, the faults, the demerits of fifth demerit is that performance in tragedies worse when more labor is spent. The point is that you just understand this. You just know this. You just try to understand this. He has taken a lot of efforts to write tragedy. He is spending lot of time to write tragedy. Okay. He spent lot of hours. For example, you can say that because his comedies are instinct. He is used his skills to write tragedies. But the tragedies, you can see that first four acts are superb, are brilliant in Shakespeare tragedies. Suddenly, you can see in the fifth act, the labor is spent is ineffective. Suddenly, you can see he tries to end the climax abruptly. You can see the beginning, middle, okay, everything goes smoothly and elegantly. Oh, superb drama. Okay, he has taken so much pain to write tragedies, especially tragedies, but abruptly ends in the climax. The tragic end abruptly ends. Fifth act, you can see that, okay, in the fifth act, you can see that you don't find the appropriate climax. Everything is abrupt. The result is unimpressive, tedious and obscure. The sixth defect is that undue verbosity and prolixity of words. Undue verbosity, these are all the words taken from Dr. Johnson. That's why I ask you to write the word. After that, you can explain in your own words. Undue verbosity and prolixity of words. The meaning is that he used repetitive of sentences. The narrative parts of Shakespeare plays show an undue pomp of diction and verbosity full of repetition. For example, like many of them are, I say it to my students that, for example, I am hungry. For example, you say that I am hungry. Shakespeare may say like this: since my stomach is upset, it needs some kind of things to fulfill. So I need something. Okay. You can say, I have given I give the example. Since my stomach is upset with certain things, okay, you can easily say that I am hungry. But he uses undue pop of diction. Okay. Repetitive sentence. A long sentences sentences. You can use a brief sentences. Instead of using brief sentences, you use, in order to show the splendor, to show the greatness. Okay, you use repetitive words and excessive sentences, excessive words. Seventh fault is that flamboyant speeches, inflated vocabulary. Flamboyant speeches, inflated vocabulary. Here, we can say that he uses complexity or intricacy of language, does not always accompany subtle of thought. Quality of words does not correspond to that or the thought or image for which they were employed. Trivial sentiments and vulgar ideas clothed in sonorous epithets and high-sounding images. He often loses the heights of poetic loftiness by the use of some idle conceit or dry equivocation. In such cases, terror and pity are degraded into a sort of frigidity. Thus, the intense feelings roused by him suddenly lose their intensity and become weak. That's why he said that. Okay. He used complex sentences, and high-sounding images, and uses lots of poetic lines. These flamboyant speeches and inflated vocabulary, when you are using unnecessary vocabulary, when you are using a flamboyant language, ornamental language, your feelings roused by Shakespeare suddenly lose their intensity and become weak. The seventh fault is that craze for wordplay. Craze for punch wordplay. Shakespeare could never resist a quibble. Just note down that. Quibble. 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 That is pun on words. He used words to give pun. Then we move to, so we have seen 7 faults. Could anyone list out the 7 faults? First fault is that virtue sacrificed to convenience. That is, am I clear to you? Are you all following? Virtue sacrificed.
Yes, sir.
Okay, virtue sacrifice to convenience, in the sense that he wants to please the audience, not to instruct the audience. Second one is carelessness about plot development. The plots are loosely constructed and carelessly developed. Anachronism, where he violated the chronology or is not using the historical accuracy. Fourth, coarseness of dialogue. Dialogues and dictions are false. That is, the characters are used indecent and gross languages. Even the refined characters like Hamlet, Macbeth are also used, and ladies are also used. Same level language used by the clowns. Performance in tragedy is worse when more labor is spent. Undue verbosity and prolixity of words. Flamboyant speeches and inflated vocabulary. Craze for puns and wordplay. Merits of Shakespeare. In merits of Shakespeare, we can see just representation of general nature.
Sir, will you able to share this presentation?
Yes.
Will you able to share this presentation with us, sir, here?
I will definitely give you, madam. After completing the service, I will definitely give it to you through email. Don't worry.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
No worries, no worries. I will definitely give all the materials which I will definitely post you. Okay, no problem. I will definitely give. No problem.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Right. Are you following my lecture? That is very important.
Yes, sir, I'm following, sir.
Okay. Just representation of general nature. It is a just representation of general nature that brings immorality and enduring approbation of literary works. His characters are, uh, okay, I just read, a faithful portrayal of the prevailing manners of combination of fanciful invention is insufficient to confer immortality upon a work of art. Such pieces can only evoke pleasure or wonder, which is soon exhausted. It is only truth that can afford a consistent place for the mind to rest upon. Shakespeare is more a poet of nature. You have to understand that. Shakespeare is more a poet of nature. What is the meaning here is that his work reflects life, mirrors life. His character, they may ask you in 5 more question. Shakespeare is a poet of nature. Actually speaking, he is not a poet. He has written 154 sonnets. Okay, two long poems. We consider him as the father of English drama. 37 plays he has written. But Dr. Johnson says that Shakespeare is a poet of nature. There is something in it. Okay, why he is saying he's a poet of nature? That means nature means you reflect the life. Nature means you are true to life. You are true to life. Shakespeare characters do not belong to the society of a particular place or time. The characters, for example, Hamlet. Now you can watch Hamlet. You can easily understand. Okay. Oh my God. He is more or like me. He is more or like me. That's why Shakespeare is still popular. The characters are universal, representing every human. Representing every human. The characters are universal. His works reflects life. His works mirrors lives. His characters do not to the particular place or particular life or time. They are all universal. They are the genuine progeny of common humanity, such as will always remain in this world, and whom our eyes will always continue to meet. Continue to meet. What motivates his characters to speak and act are those general principle and emotion which steer all arts. That's why I say that when Hamlet speaks, to be or not to be, okay, after knowing the truth, his father was killed by his uncle. So he is in a dilemma what to choose in his life, what to choose in his life. Okay, we are also in the same position. We can say that whether to live or to commit suicide. So this is why Shakespeare characters are true to life. Wherein the works of other poets, a character is often individual. In Shakespeare, the dialogue is not accidental. That's why I say that when Macbeth says, life is a walking shadow, or many quotation, you take many quotation. That's why in Oxford Dictionary of Quotation, Shakespeare is holding the first place. Whenever we say quotation, we use the quotation of Shakespeare. Second place, Alexander Pope holds the second place when he quotes. Whenever we quotes, we are using Alexander Pope quote. Yesterday I talked about to err is human, the forgive is divine. A little learning is a dangerous thing. Whenever we use it, okay. Shakespeare dialogues are not accidental. It is not. It is realistic. It is lucid. It is very simple. It is not a fanciful. It is not a fanciful. The characters and dialogue are used by common people, though the characters taken from elite group, that is Othello, or dukes like princes like Hamlet, or dukes like Macbeth. Whenever they use in their soliloquies, you find beautiful lines which reflects the true nature of life. And theme of love not overemphasized. Theme of love not overemphasized. In majority of the dramas, love is universal. Most of the dramatists before Elizabethan period, all of them are using love is the universal theme. Love is the universal theme. As far as Shakespeare is concerned, love is a part of life. Love is a part of life. It is not only the passion, it is just one among the many. There are so many passions in the world because life is full of so many passions. Okay, love is also one among them. One among them. That's why in day-to-day life, in the world of day-to-day life, exhibits his place what he finds in his life. He knew that any passion would cause happiness or disaster depending upon being moderated or left controlled. In Shakespeare plays, we can see only love. Okay, it is not overemphasized. It is just one among the many. One among the many. I stop here. We have to. I have to talk two more concepts. I will try to complete it in the next class. I hope that you are understanding my lecture. Thank you very much. I will share all the materials to you once I complete the syllabus. Am I clear to you?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Happy learning.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Subhashri here. I'll just start the class in a couple of minutes.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yeah, I hope I'm audible.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
If anybody is speaking, I'm unable to hear anything.
No, nobody is speaking actually. I only told that I'll start in a couple of minutes.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. Of course, we have our director sir's mic on from DDE. That is fine. They have it for recording purpose, I believe.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. So slowly we are going to get into today's sessions. I hope today also I am the last speaker, and I hope I won't bore you.
Actually, we are waiting for your speech, ma'am.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's true actually.
Yesterday it was really good.
Okay. If you some learning happens, yes, that makes the teacher happy, right? Always. Okay.
Thank you,
Just a
thank you.
second.
It would be nice even if you just extend the class also yesterday.
Okay. One second. I'll just share the slide. Searching for it. So many windows kept open, so getting confused. Okay. So we finished non-fiction yesterday, or rather, we saw very briefly, but we touched upon the important points in non-fictional prose yesterday. So today's topic is drama. Before I begin drama as such, I want to check whether the slides are in order. Just a second. Okay, fine. All right. Let us kickstart our class. So you have 5 plays, and let me tell you, uh, every class I will actually start why you should read a particular module and how you're going to read about. That will be interspersed when I'm teaching or when I'm discussing the important points of that particular topic. Next would be something which is important for examination point of view. Next, I would also say some, I won't say tips, maybe we can take it that way. Tips, hacks, tricks for how to go about in competitive examinations. Just a second. Sorry about that. So, because I said in the first class itself, once you are doing post graduation, you are automatically eligible to write the subject of post graduation for net examination. Right. So, previously it was descriptive, now we have completely MCQ type. I often tell this in classrooms. Uh, in fact, to whomever I encounter, I say this: what you are reading for your examinations are information which makes you to think in a very comprehensive manner. Whereas when it comes to competitive examinations, it is something you are going to think in a precise manner. This is the answer for this question. That precision should be developed right from the beginning itself. Once you develop that aptitude, I tell you, it's going to be really easy for you and really fun for you, so that you don't miss out the nitty-gritties of things you're preparing. This applies to any competitive examinations for that matter. If it is MCQ, the answer should be precise. All right. So coming on to drama today. Well, you have, I'm not exaggerating, any student of literature, especially in our country, who's doing UG literature, then coming to PG literature, or doing PG literature, surely would have heard these 5 names in their classrooms, American literature classrooms. And these writers, they are called as the canonical writers. In fact, if you look at your syllabi for American literature, all the writers are canonical writers, meaning they are all the writers who are hailed as someone who have played a significant role in creating American literature as what it is right now. To put it in a very simple layman's language, they are the masters of American literature and pillars of American literature as such, I would put it. So coming on to drama, I will give a quick overview of the genre as such, what drama is. The word drama, I'm also typing in the chat box some important key points as such, okay? It comes from a Latin word called dran, that means to act or to do. That this is the first thing you should understand. Drama, that comes from the Latin etymology called dran, which means to act or to do. We all know drama as a genre is considered to be one of the oldest genres in literature. And of course, I did my research in American women drama to be specific. So maybe I can give some extra little bit information which are useful for you to write answers in your examinations also. So in that way, if you look at drama, drama was seen as a kind of a ritualistic act way back in the ancient Greek period. They had something called a Dionysian festival. Dionysius is the Greek god of, merrymaking, wine, and to really, appreciate that Greek god of enjoyment, celebration. These people, the ancient Greeks, they had the Dionysian festival, and maybe that was the time where we had the great trio of ancient Greek drama: Aeschylus, Sophocles, Euripides. Okay, they were writing, they were the great tragedians. I'll repeat the names. Of course, we are dealing with American drama, but still we should know these names because all these writers' influences are there even in the contemporary, in the latest plays which are coming out in today's world. So Aeschylus, Sophocles, Euripides. So these are the great three tragedians of ancient Greek drama. Of course, we have Aristophanes for comedy. All right. So what was started as a ceremonial thing, okay, later on became a kind of a medium for entertainment, medium for bridging the literate with the illiterate. Let me put it that way. Of course, there were narrative poems by Omar and others. Okay. But drama as a medium was serving as a bridge for both the literates and illiterates. In other words, the genre of the masses is obviously drama. Okay. You all would have read in British drama, especially in Elizabethan period, there was a phenomenon called the groundlings. Okay, the groundlings. So these groundlings were the people considered to be workers, laymen, people who are doing some kind of menial jobs in the society. In other words, they were illiterates. They were, what can we say? They were the people who did some heavy duty work. And at the end of the day, they wanted to have a kind of a relaxed time. Like nowadays, we have the pleasure of internet, OTT, social media, etc., malls. So many ways to subject. This is American drama. I'm sorry, Aisha. I missed the question just now. I saw in the chat box American drama. That is American literature. I'm doing American drama. Okay. Thank you for your question, Aisha. So, coming back to things. So, today's man has so many ways to entertain himself. But way back some 600 years ago, or much more than that, the day ends when there is no light. Natural when the sun goes down, the life becomes very bleak and very unhappening. Okay, so these drama performances during Elizabethan times used to start somewhere, say, I would say post sub means somewhere after 2 p.m., 2:30 p.m. It starts and it finishes by 5:30 because they're all cold countries, right? They rely on natural sunlight. So that was there. Coming on to American drama, I will quickly tell you like some key milestones or moments in American drama as such. This is something very interesting for someone who can understand American drama, what it is right now. So whenever we say American drama, just like I told you yesterday about American literature as such, the notion of salad bowl, it perfectly applies to American drama. Okay, I believe screens got smaller. It's okay. Okay, fine. So, whenever we say American drama, you should understand something here. American drama is something very diverse and very rich because of very simple. Drama is often a very direct reflection of the society. You should understand that. Whenever we say drama, it is the perfect mirror to the society. They say literature is mirror to society, but I would say drama is actually the reflection of the society. So it reflects how the society undergoes changes, what kinds of cultural changes the society is undergoing, what kind of historical things are happening. Everything gets a direct reflection in drama. Of course, now we have films, we have now web series, we have now serials, we have rom-coms, so many other stand-up comedy, so many ways wherein people are exploring cultural reflections. Okay, fine. Maybe one of the ancient modes of reflectors of society would be drama. Okay, yes. So to begin with, we all know America was an erstwhile British colony. We had the colonial period, that was the earliest period in America where plays were written, and mostly plays at the time were pamphlet plays. Okay, they were written or read out in social gatherings. They were not for performances. Okay, they were not for performances per se. Why? Because remember, these were revolutionaries. They were actually hatching plans to use the British government. So it was did in a very secretive, in a very closed gathering. They do that. Okay, and of course, these early dramas had very heavy influences from the European traditions, especially English drama. They were superbly influenced by the plays of Shakespeare, Ben Jonson, the university wits, etc. And that is how it started. Maybe the earliest play which was performed was somewhere in the year 1650s. If I'm right, 1655 is the year, as far as my memory goes. So mostly, no, they used drama for didactic purpose, meaning they wanted to say something about the religion, they something about how America is seen as the promised land. Those things were followed in those times. And during the 19th century, which was seen as the romantic phase, that is the romantic era of American literature, is actually 19th century. That was the time where people, especially we had Edgar Allan Poe and several other writers. Okay, if you look at fiction, you had Herman Melville, etc., etc. So many great works came during that period. When I'm teaching fiction and poetry, I will talk more about the romantic period of America. uh, it was that time, right? People started really seeing a distinct voice for American drama. Okay, distinct voice for American drama established during the 19th century. And of course, there were no serious plays, but they had melodramas, farces, and romantic plays. And of course, this was also the time wherein the so-called the African American community, they were also starting to write plays. Now, coming on to the late 19th century and 20th century, this was the phase which historians call realism and naturalism, right? That was the time wherein you had the so called father of American drama. The father of American drama happens to be Eugene O'Neill. Okay, actually, to put it very frankly, Eugene O'Neill was introduced to the world of drama by a woman. Her name is uh, Susan Glaspell. Okay, she happens to be one of my PhD writers actually, Susan Glaspell. Her husband and Susan Glaspell, Jim Cook and Susan Glaspell, they had theaters. And Eugene O'Neill, one fine day, came to the theaters of Susan Glaspell. Susan Glaspell was writing plays. At one stage, Eugene O'Neill's plays started getting limelight. It started to get focus. Okay, but poor this man, who is that? Poor uh, Susan Glaspell, she lost her identity. She was eclipsed. She was sidelined by whom? By Eugene O'Neill's popularity. This is one history I should tell you actually. In fact, this is her story, not his story, her story. Okay, yes. So this is something interesting I found out during my research actually. So that is there. And Eugene O'Neill was actually considered to be the father of American drama. I told you his plays were known for the psychological undertones in the characters he portrayed. Okay, and also social critique. His plays were also expressing a strong voice against the societal ills. Please understand that was the time after the Civil World War time in America. Sorry, Civil War time in America, and slowly there was a kind of union, or people were slowly trying to integrate. All along they were segregated, blacks and whites. Okay, they were slowly trying to integrate or amalgamate with the society as such. That you should understand. The early to mid 20th century, somewhere after the Second World War, that phase is called as the modernism phase. Okay, during the modernism phase, we had the other two important playwrights. Who were the other two important playwrights? Actually, whenever we say American drama, the triangle of American drama, we say. On one vertex, that is on one corner, we have Eugene O'Neill. On another corner, we have this man, Tennessee Williams. On the other corner, we have Arthur Miller. So the three corners are occupied by three giants. Okay, Eugene O'Neill, Tennessee Williams, and Arthur Miller. They are called as the trio or triangle of American drama. You should always remember that. And this was the period after the World War. Slowly, people started to question about their identity. There were issues of alienation. Okay, and slowly there was also what was called as the search for or the quest for the American dream. These are all some of the themes which you find in the place prescribed in your syllabus. So only I am telling this information, this intro I am giving you, so that you will be knowing. My favorite part comes now, that is the postmodern phase, because most of my writers, I did PhD on 12 women playwrights who won Pulitzer Prizes. So it's like from 1921 to 2009, nearly a century span. So a variety, you see, a variety was there, and I really enjoyed doing my research actually. I certain things, when we talk about our own favorite areas, we talk so much, right? But due to time constraint, I'm focusing only on what is needed. So coming on to American drama as such, that is the postmodern phase. This was the time, for the first time, we saw a very diversified voices of writers from different ethnicity, different, different sexuality were coming to the forefront. We had African Americans, we had Hispanic Americans, we have Arabic Americans, we have Asian Americans. Okay, we have Native Americans. So many people were coming to the forefront. They were writing, and also there were also people who were so seen as sexually minor, the LGBTQA plus community. They were also coming out with brilliant plays. I tell you, it was their time. It was really their time, and people were also focusing on technique. Remember, whenever we talk about drama, of course, we read it as a text. Okay, we read it as a text, but drama is something a performance-oriented genre. Should understand that always. So, how a drama is presented, that is also equally important for you at post graduation. You must be knowing that also. Okay, you must be familiar with those notions and those ideas also. Okay, fine. And focus was also on technique as well as on language and dialogue, because all along they were using only proper English. Now, the dialectical variations, the so called stylistic variations, were all focused on the dialogues which they were portraying. Of course, I told you, to conclude American drama's introduction, American drama is known for its diversity and inclusivity. When we say diversity and inclusivity, I told you the so-called marginalized communities of the society were also getting equal importance in American drama. The minority groups were also given at most suitable places in drama. And now quickly I will type in what are the things you should focus when you're reading a drama. These are called as the elements of drama. Okay, if needed, I will elaborate this. Okay, of course, when I'm teaching the plays itself, I'll be elaborating on this, the elements of drama, because sometimes these elements of drama are tested they are asked as a critical question. So that time you must not feel, oh, I don't know what is this, what does that mean. Okay, the first one is plot. Plot, we say it actually as mythos. Okay, what is the plot? Plot is nothing but the sequence of events which are getting unfolded in the dramatic work. Okay, plot. Okay, that is something very important here. And remember, I'm also like using some books like M.H. Abrams, the Glossary of Literary Terms, and other books. From that also, I'm taking some or Wikipedia. I'm also like giving some information from those references for your information. Okay, certain things are my own. Certain things I take material from those things, and I'm telling it as a lecture for your information. I'm telling you. So whenever we say plots, these things are the crucial things. I'm just sending you the information. Okay, I'm just typing you the information and I'm sending you so that you can know. So plot includes what? Exposition, which is the introduction of characters, setting, etc. Then rising action, then climax. Climax means the turning point of the story, not the end of the story. Don't take the filmic climax. Okay, the falling action and the resolution. The resolution is also called as the denouement. Okay, this is something I'm typing in the chat box because there are some people who are cross majors. They may not know what is what. So this kind of elaboration I'm giving you quickly. Of course, the next important element of drama is character. Without characters, there is no action, there is no reaction, right? And always remember the triangle of drama also. This I should have told you in the very beginning. I forgot. I'm sorry. You have the author, who is the playwright, at one corner. You have the actor, who is the character. Next, you have the audience, who appreciates the entire drama. So all the three vertices are important. The actor, followed by the author, and you have the audience. They are the triangle of drama. Okay, you should remember this also. This is also something very important. Okay, I told you about dialogue. Dialogue is also something very important. Dialogue, how do we understand a dialogue? We understand dialogue through a concept called lexis. Lexis is the choice of words. Okay, choice of words the playwright chooses to use in the dialogue. Okay, next you have the setting. Next you have the theme. These are all something you already will be knowing. Where the action is taking place and what kind of themes. Okay, themes are actually the underlying ideas and messages which are conveyed in a dramatic work. That is the simple definition for theme. All right, yes. And you will also be knowing what is called as, after these things you have what is called as dianoia. What is this dianoia? Dianoia means it is actually the thought, what ideology a drama reflects. Sometimes when you read a play, it reflects racial issues. Sometimes it talks about feminism. Sometimes it talks about Marxism. Remember, what you read in one paper, especially in some basic papers, gets connected in other subjects also. Try to correlate and learn. In that way, it is easier for you, it is understandable for you also. Fine. So dianoia is the ideology, what kind of aspects it actually wants to say. Next, you have something interesting called, I personally like this, opsis. Opsis is the stage direction. So some playwrights, they give stage direction. What happens when this particular character, okay, I wrote stage direction, I wrote stage of direction, sorry for the typo. Stage directions. So a character entering and exiting, and what kind of objects are kept on the stage, what kind of costumes they wear, and what kind of makeup they wear, etc. All these comes under obsess. Next is also my favorite, mellows. Okay, mellows. So when I say mellows, it talks about the music or sound effects which come in a play. Sometimes some background music is given when a character is coming. Sometimes a music is played. For example, you will be reading Arthur Miller's Death of a Salesman. You find some musical elements there, and those musical elements add some weightage to the impact, to the effect of the play being performed. Please understand that. Okay, they say no, these horror movies, if you watch them without any music, I'll tell very frankly, you won't get scared at all. for sure. You mute a horror movie and watch, you will never feel scared, except for the camera angles, sharp camera angles. Other than that, the music is the one which heightens the fear factor in a horror movie. I hope you'll agree with me. Okay, you can also every now and then interact with me by typing some questions, some feedback, etc. I love those things. And the last element I would say is ethos. Ethos is something which talks about the environment or the social milieu in which the play is unfolding. Okay, for example, you will be reading now this particular story. That is, what is that story? Mm, Raisin in the Sun. It was written just before the civil rights movement in America. So, how that play brought an impact to the civil rights activist, that we will be seeing. So, these are all quick recap of elements of drama. Now, very quickly, we are going to go now. I hope I'm changing the slide. Is it visible? Is the slide changing?
Yes, now it's visible.
Okay, thank you. Again, I told you, no, network issues, it is there. I don't know why that happens. So I gave you all these introduction. Maybe this one thing I did not give you, the last one, Broadway, the Great White Way. Remember, this Broadway is a place where it's in New York. It's in my bucket list. Let me put it very frankly. So, being a drama enthusiast, I want to watch a play from Broadway. Broadway, it's like an avenue, it's like an area in New York where all these theaters are there, wonderful theater houses are there. Don't get confused with Indian theater. Indian cinema houses is equal to theaters. Whereas these theaters are playhouses where plays are staged. Okay, you should understand that. So these plays where you find wonderful plays being staged. So for a long time, right, when a play is coming to Broadway, it was seen as the legit way of uh, showcasing the American dramatic talent. But after a particular phase, people maybe like now in today's context, let me juxtapose this with today's context. When you have a very popular hero, very they say 100 crore hero, 100 crore club, 200 crore club. So when you have that box office hit hero films getting released, of course it comes in all centers, A center, B center, C center, they say, right? This cinema language they say. Whereas this off Broadways are like B centers. Maybe not that kind of mad rush. Yes, of course, people do come and watch there, appreciate. What is this off Broadway in America? Whereas during the 1960s was a very, very troublesome period in American history. Of course, every decade is a troublesome period in America. So during the 60s, what happened was that there were so many things coming out. They had the assassinations, okay, John Lennon assassination, Martin Luther King assassination, John F. Kennedy assassination, and there were also fights for the blacks. There were also fights for the LGBTQA plus. There were also fight for the other ethnicity people. So many tumultuous things gave way to what are called as community gatherings, places where people gather for relaxation, for chill time, as we say now. Maybe a bar, a pub, a cafe, a school auditorium, a basketball ground, a church basement. So these places became performing houses. Okay, they became temporary stages where people showcased their play, something like street plays. Okay, something like that. And after some time during the 80s, there was sudden insurgency of regional theaters. Every region in America started having wonderful playhouses. By the way, is the font visible? Actually, I'll share the slide towards the end of my thing. For the time being, maybe I believe the slide would be visible. What I will do is that I will minimize my screen. If anybody has any question or doubt, maybe you can type it. I will see during then, so that you can see the thing in a very full-fledged manner. The screen. All right. So the first play which we are going to see is Eugene O'Neill's Morning Becomes Electra. Uh, I have given very elaborately in these slides some information which are important for examination point of view. So how Greek tragedy became a very big inspiration for this particular play, Morning Becomes Electra. The very name Electra refers to or echoes the Greek tragedy, that is Orestia, which that is it is a trilogy. Orestia, Agamemnon. Orestia comprises of Agamemnon, Libation, Darius, and Eumeneus. And remember, this is a story which talks about in Electra. What happens is that I don't know how many of you know this particular Greek myth, Oedipus myth. Okay, where a son who develops an unnatural love towards his mother is called as the Oedipus myth, whereas the Electra complex is something ulta, that is the reverse. What is it? The daughter having an unnatural love towards her father, who sees her mother as her own rival. In the case of Oedipus complex, the son sees his father as his own rival. Okay, yes. So, echoing that, our O'Neill has kept this play title that way. Okay, Morning Becomes Electra. So what happens here? Instead of ancient Greek tale, our O'Neill brings this to post Civil War period in America. That is post 1860s, maybe late 1860s. Okay, he brings this particular play to Civil War America, and through his own unique way, he has did that. And what is the setting of the play in New England? Okay, and it also very important thing in this particular play is that the psychological underpinnings. I told you, right? O'Neill is a playwright. O'Neill has got 4 times Pulitzer Prize. He has got Nobel Prize also, and he's seen. No wonder he's called as the father of American drama. And remember, this entire full play, Morning Becomes Electra, I had in my undergraduation. It was more than 150 pages. Line by line, we read it in the classroom. And it was such fun and interesting to read the play. If you read there are performances available in YouTube, you can watch it. Just like watching some series or something, you can watch it. It will be so interesting and engrossing because the actions are so like what will happen next, that kind of nail biting episodes you can see. So, what are the main themes which are discussed in this particular play? You have themes such as guilt, betrayal, okay, fate, and the impact of war. And each character, remember the main characters, the father, the mother, the son, and the daughter. These four, and of course, there's one uncle also, uncle character also here. So, these 5 main characters, they have their own psychological problems, basically. And when their psychological problem, how it gets interacted with another person's psychological problem, and how things either worsen or how things are mitigated, either nullified or worsened. Okay, that is what very brilliantly will be discussed in this particular play. And I told you the play comprises of 3 parts: homecoming, hunted, and haunted. And it talks about the man and family. The man and family are the people who undergo everything. Another thing you should be noticing in this is, I told you, since it is a psychological play, character sketches of these characters are very, very important. Character sketches in the sense, not straightforward character sketches or character analysis, but the character sketches should be somewhat critically, psychologically bent. That is how you should interpret. Of course, you have in the study material, they've given very elaborately. I have happened to see that. So, who are the main characters? The father's name actually is Menon. Okay, then his wife is Christian. Then Ezra Menon is the father. Okay, then Christian. Then Lavina is Electra, that is daughter. Then Oren, okay, are intricately drawn, each harboring secrets and grappling with their own inner conflicts. And that is issued there. And another thing Eugene O'Neill is very much known for is his technique of expressionism. So another important question you can expect in paragraph or essay is Morning Becomes Electra as an expressionistic play. Okay, so that is something you should be ready to answer it. Okay, how will you be writing it? Very simple. You will write some introduction about the play and the playwright, and you will give some introduction about what expressionism means. Okay, the technique of expressionism means, and how Eugene O'Neill has incorporated this technique of expressionism in his play Morning Becomes Electra. So usually, I told you in a previous class, somewhere if it is a paragraph question, 2 pages should be fine. 8-mark question. If it is a 15-mark question, maybe 3.5 to 4 pages should be fine. You should cover all these points. merely writing the plot overview or summary, well, of course, it may get you mark, but the marks will not be as convincing as you think, as to put it very frankly. All right. So I told you, right, this man has got Nobel Prize in 1936. Okay, and this play is something, it is still played in several American theaters, and all the plays, for that matter, the plays which you are having in your syllabus, all the plays are still performed in American theaters every year. I'm not exaggerating. So this is something, this particular play is important for you, is prescribed for you because for its how a classical theme is revamped, is rekindled or brought again to the stage with the latest happenings. At the same time, how human psychology is dealt in a very brilliant manner. These two things you should understand, and these plays should be read. Personally, I recommend everybody, like whoever is there in this session, read these plays so you'll understand how the writer has taken pains to portray the character's complexity. The next play I would say is, of course, this is also available as a movie, A Streetcar Named Desire. For your information, this movie you find Marlon Brando and Vivian Leigh. They have played their parts. Okay, Marlon Brando has played as Stanley Kowalski. It's a black and white version. It's such a brilliant performance. Seriously, very very brilliant performance. It's like you watch them, especially there's a character called Blanche in this particular play. You feel, you empathize with Blanche. Whatever hardship she's undergoing, Vivian Leigh would have portrayed in such a brilliant manner. You feel the sadness of Blanche slowly seeping within you. It's like the ghost of st- Blanche is getting into you. I feel that every time whenever I watch that movie. Okay, so yeah, that kind of impact this play gives. So again, talking about Tennessee Williams. Tennessee Williams was a homo. Okay, he was a gay, but his plays give a very tight slap on the complexities of human relationships. Okay, how human relationships can be very complex. That dimension is focused on Tennessee Williams, right? And this play was staged for the first time in the year 1947, and this play has its own, has its own fan followers. And since I'm from Pondicherry, I happened to see a live performance of this particular play before the pandemic. Here, there's a place called Auroville where they stage plays and all. There was one dramatic troupe which came all the way from Bombay. They performed this play live, nearly 3 hours. Brilliant, I should say, mind-boggling. If you get a chance like that to watch, do watch a play, live play being performed. So you have four main characters in this particular. I mean, three main characters, and all these three characters, they have their own fears. They have their own insecurities, especially the two sisters, Blanche and Stella. They are polar opposites. Okay, they're polar opposites. Stella's husband is Stanley. Stanley is a kind of a man. Maybe in today's terms, we can say he exposes what is called as toxic masculinity. Maybe you people would be familiar with the term right now. He exposes that he is the man of the house. He wants to establish that. Okay, Blanche, somewhere from Elsian Palace, she'll be coming. Okay, from Elsian Estate, she'll be coming to stay with her sister in New Orleans. And when she comes there, what happens to Blanche, and what kind of changes happen within the couple Stanley and Stella? So Stanley is a kind of a brute bully. Please understand that term, brute bully, a kind of a person who tortures, who really wants to give the taste of who a man is. Okay, to a very weak heart, he wants to show that he wants to ascertain his rights as a man. that is there. So we can only feel pity for Blanche, but that pityness itself becomes a kind of a, what can we say, a trump card for our Blanche. Using the pity card itself, she actually has her own sinister ways to do things. All right. So what really happens to when Blanche arrives? What happens? She comes to stay with her sister Stella in New Orleans, losing a family estate in Mississippi. So remember, in America, always this north south is again there in drama. You should understand that. So the people of the south, they were used to having plantations, big estates, sugarcane estates, tobacco estates, etc. And so many people working in their farms, in their estates, especially African slaves. They had that, what can we say, that kind of glorious times, let me put it, that kind of glorious times they had. And suddenly losing every wealth, okay, and losing their glory, they want to relive the old charm. Okay, like just imagine a zamindar having lots of land property, and one fine day losing everything, losing his crown, his estate. He's becoming a pauper, coming to the middle of the streets. So still they think they have the good old, they want to relive the good old memories, right? So that happens, unfortunately. So this girl comes, she comes to stay with her sister. Whereas when she comes and stays here, one by one, Stanley one by one rakes up the so-called miseries, the troubles which were underwent by Blanche. Okay, for example, a troubled past. She was a school teacher, but she gave up her job. What was the real reason for Blanche giving up the job? Everything this Stanley digs up. Slowly he digs up, and which actually irritates our Blanche at one stage. And her failed marriage, her loss of sense, and often you see Blanche either bathing or in the shades. She's either bathing or she's in the shades, meaning she does not want to see the real natural light because people might get to know her age. Okay. Yes. Yes, Jyoti, very true. Jyoti has commented, okay, the very good novel which talks about the deterioration of the South in Gone with the Wind. Exactly. Margaret Mitchell's one book wonder. Margaret, that is Gone with the Wind. It's one of the finest books which talks about the degenerative South, we say. Okay, the antebellum South. These are all the terms we use in literature. Then, when the past traumas are rekindled, what happens? Stanley's investigation becomes suspicious of Blanche's past, and he starts to investigate. And slowly, this man, no, he uncovers the sinister past of this girl Blanche. That irritates this girl at one point. Another important thing you should notice in this particular play is the symbolism of streetcars. Streetcars are nothing but trams. Well, in India, in Kolkata, we have trams. I hope there are some participants from Kolkata who can appreciate that. So these trams, they play a very vital role in this particular story because one streetcar by name Desire that brought Blanche from Elysian Fields, and another there is again I told you right. There's the conflict between illusion and reality. Okay, idealistic and realistic. Blanche is living still foolishly living in an idealistic past, whereas her present reality is such a brutal one, such a torturous one. She wants to escape that by all means. She's unable to do so. So that is one of the important themes in this particular, important themes in this particular play, which is also often asked in examination. Then sexuality and desire. Okay, so this is something a kind of a spoiler alert, as such to put it. Blanche would have got involved with a teenage boy as a teacher, and that scandal would have made her to run away from her hometown to come and stay with her sister. That's the real reason, actually, to put it. And her husband also commits suicide. That is also another thing which actually makes Blanche go into depression. So, talking about depression, madness, and mental health is also another important theme in this particular play. You find often Stanley yelling at his wife. Okay, he does not talk to his wife, he only shouts, yells. Okay, and often you see Stanley and Stella quarreling. At the end of the day, Stanley okay, trying to make love to Stella, okay, advancing upon Stella. And towards the end of the play, another spoiler, Stanley, okay, tries to seduce Blanche. That is not shown, but that is told actually by Obsess, by the stage direction. So very very disturbing play. In fact, it's a very disturbing play. You should have a mental strength to read this play. I would say that movie version is also there. You can see it. I told you the symbolism. They have also mentioned light and dark. Okay, yes. So which light represents the reality, whereas darkness represents the illusory life or the idealistic life. Next, paper lantern. So every time our Blanche is always seen through the paper lantern because she does not want to see through the natural light at all. Okay, and of course, this play is real American classic. It's a real American classic. Okay, there's a movie version of it. Do watch it. The play won the 1948 Pulitzer, and even now, the play is such a darling to many literature teachers. In classroom teaching, many people will try to read the so-called heated arguments between Stanley and Blanche, and how Blanche and Stella runs away from Elysian Fields. She elopes and gets married to this working profession Stanley, and towards the end of the play, she will also give birth to a child, Stanley. I mean, this girl Stella, and it is that time only our this girl, that is Blanche, is raped by this man. So this is that particular play. So I still have two more plays or three more plays. Let me quickly check. I believe I still have two more plays. Let me quickly check the syllabi. Three more plays. Okay. As I told you, today again it's almost 150, maximum 210. Okay. If something is pending, it's going to be a follow up for the next class. Let me give the disclaimer now itself, so that you may not be angry with me. All right. So I hope that would be fine for you. As quickly as possible, with little information, without digression, I will quickly go. Thank you, Aisha. So Arthur Miller's Death of a Salesman, and the classic play in American drama. So a play which is seen to be as a play which is seen to be a superb critique. Critique means criticism of criticism. Critique of American dream. Okay, the play was written, okay, more than 75, 80 years ago, but still which was seen, it is seen as a critique, as an epitome of American dream is Death of a Salesman. It is also considered to be the modern tragedy. We all read the tragedy definition from Aristotle, right? Tragic hero definition. Willy Loman represents the modern tragic hero. Okay, Willy Loman is the protagonist of the play. So look at his very name. All these characters in these stories, no, in any story you take, especially in drama, they have some underpinnings in their name itself. Willy. Willy is actually the short form of William. So he's not William Loman. It is Willy Loman. So the very name itself is saying that he's someone very insignificant, someone who is not very, very successful. And look at his surname, Lowman. He has been, or he is a low man. He's kept low in his profile. That you could see here. Next, we have Linda, his very, very loyal and supportive wife. This man, Willy Loman, is a traveling salesman. Okay, and he's not a really good man as such, to put it. He's not a good husband because he has some adulterous affairs, illicit affairs with other women whenever he goes for any sales trip or something. And during his one such clandestine affair with another woman, one of his sons sees it. And from that moment onwards, the son started, who was seeing his father as a biggest inspiration. He feels bad about his own father. Oh, my father itself is such a low man. He's not. He's a man without any scruples, without any morals. So why should I look up to him as a role model? So that impression is developed in the one of the sons. Next would be Biff. Biff is actually the eldest son of the couple, the Lomans. Okay, he was a very, very shining star, football star in school. Uh, but somewhere he loses his motivation. Okay, that is there. Next, Happy. His name is Happy, but he's not happy. Okay, his Biff. Even Biff also sounds as if somebody is tired. When you are tired, you give a sigh of relief, right? You do this, right? So that's how his name Biff. Next, Happy. His name is kept Happy, but he's not happy because he's someone who is unable to meet his father's expectation. Always we say, no, you don't live up to my expectation. We say, well, there are two kids in the house. One kid is very successful, very, very charming, smart in whatever the child does, whereas the other child is a weakling. Obviously, the mother likes the weakling, but the father will only see the successful child. It is normal and it is obvious. So, what do you see in this particular play? The play explores Willy's lifelong pursuit of American dream. American dream is something, a notion where people wants to become quickly, instantaneously rich. Okay, and that path to attain that rich or fame or glory is by no like anyhow. Even let me kill kind of, you know, whomever I'm encountering, encountering, let me kill, put off those people. All I want is to come up in my life. By hook or crook, I want to come up in my life. A very good novel I would suggest to know about American Dream is Great Gatsby. Of course, that also came as a movie. Leonardo DiCaprio has acted it. Okay, The Great Gatsby. That's a fine film which talks about this thing. That is our what is it? Mm, American Dream. Sorry about that. Okay, yes. So the play explores Willy's lifelong pursuit of the American dream and his belief and that success is based on being well liked and having personal charisma. So this is what he thinks. Whereas it doesn't happen. One interesting technique, again I told you technique, right? One interesting technique which is used in this particular play is flashbacks. These flashbacks play a very significant role, and these are important for examination points of view also. So these flashbacks, you get to know about what is called as the poignant moments of Willy Loman's family's history. Okay, say they show everything like this man winning, Biff winning the football trophy, this man getting a car, something like that. And all they all show, right? Then that is something very important technique which is used by Arthur Miller. Then you also get to know about Biff's struggles. He was a promising athlete, but he struggles when he becomes an adult. So another thing, his so-called estranged relationship. He feels his father has ditched him somewhere. Somewhere he has betrayed him. Okay, he feels because he sees his father with another woman, and that really kind of puts him down. So I told you about the American dream, how it really takes a person's life. I told you. Next thing you should be focusing are the symbolism. Why I'm talking about symbolism is that, well, symbols are entities which actually make the understanding of the play very easy and interesting. Okay. For example, you would have seen in films, the director would have used some symbolism. For example, maybe color red signifies something. Maybe then they show horses or a waterfalls, something. These are all some hidden symbols which are there in a movie. Okay, you would have seen in some films and all when they show an eagle, then they show the hero. That means he is epitomized as an eagle, as a powerful person, something like that. That kind of sharp vision, right? That is there. Fine, those things are there. So you have like this, the symbolism of the salesman, then the woman. This woman is actually there, just referred as a woman. It talks about, or it hints about the so-called infidel behavior of who? Willy Loman, which is actually really, which is actually, which has a very drastic effect on the sons. Next, the seeds represent Willy's failed attempt at cultivating success for himself as well as for his sons. Actually, the play is having a subtitle called Death of a Salesman, a Tragedy. This subtitle, no, this tragedy actually echoes to the tragedy of Willy Loman, to put it very specific. How he's seen as a tragic hero, not only by the society but also by his own family members. Okay, because what the society expects is not able to satisfy, unfortunately. That is there. And of course, you get to know about the family dynamics in this particular play also. Okay, and I told you mellows. Remember mellows, right? The mellows aspect is there in this title called Requiem. Okay, Requiem is something you write as a kind of a mourning song, as a kind of an elegy, ends with a requiem that reflects on Willy's life, his impact on death and family, and larger societal issues explored in the play. So this is what the play is. Of course, this play also has the theme of realism and idealism. That kind of conflict you can find here. Okay, realism versus idealism. That is there. Okay, just a second. 1 second. Yes. So yeah. So these are all the themes which you find, the father son relationship. All these things I will share you towards the end of the sessions. Okay, and the most important thing in this particular play you should be focusing is actually what is called as the tragic elements in this particular play and the failure of American dream. That is something very very important from examination point of view. Okay, so I thought maybe in the next class I can finish these two plays, okay, and go with American fiction. Is that fine? Is it fine for folks here?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Because Sundays mean special, you need some time, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, fine. Since I heard some positive comments, maybe 2, 3 people are saying fine. I will finish here. In the next class, we will start with our American Dream, that particular play. American play, or sorry, Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf? We'll start with that. Then we'll finish Lorraine Hansberry. Then we will start the fiction. All right? Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you. You've been wonderful. I hope I made the class interesting. You liked it. We'll see in the next class. Thank you.
Ma'am, just one doubt, even for fiction or drama, so just the background of this fiction or drama, like for example, when we spoken the drama, like where they speak about Black Life Matter. So at those time, lot of issues between Black life and all happened. So we'll write that as a background, and then we'll give a small summary and a critical reception.
You need not write summary at all, I tell you, because it's always better to directly plunge into the answer. Like you give the intro about the work, the author, rather than writing the summary, unless or until if it is going to be something from the summary. For example, critical appreciation. If that word is there, that summary itself will be, you will be focusing on what is called as the thematic aspect, the critical aspect, and you will be going. Otherwise, you need not write the summary at all. Actually, to put it.
Okay.
If we'll put it like this, maybe if you don't know anything critically, you can write the summary.
Oh, right. I understand.
It's like it's that way. I'm putting in a very very diplomatic manner.
Okay.
Okay. Yes.
So otherwise, that's not at all required. Okay. So for example, write a note of feminist voice as illustrated in The Farmer's Wife. We need to write some story, right? Because through the story only that feminist voice is coming, right?
Yes. That cannot be written in a very elaborate manner, right?
Okay.
Yes. That's a poem, right?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. We'll see that. The next classes we'll see them. Fiction actually mostly I will be doing With the two plays, I want to finish up to at least Farewell to Arms, because fiction is something, it's loaded for you actually, very very loaded. But I really like the choice selections they have given. For PG level, yes, this is absolutely, they're all the masters. All these writers are all masters, and you must be knowing the masters. Without knowing the masters, it's tough to navigate in American literature. In fact, they have stopped up to 1980 only. Beloved Color Purple, 1980. So much has happened in these 40 years.
Yeah.
So much, so much.
So, like, same way for the Scarlet Letter, the significance of the play, if that is the question, give the significance of stages in the Scarlet Letter. We need to give some sort of narration of the story, right?
Very
Through
brief
the-
overview. Like,
Oh, okay. Okay.
very, very brief overview. A paragraph would do. Paragraph in the sense,
Ah,
100 words maximum. That's it.
okay. Okay. Then we should go ahead with what kind of a emphasis of each every scene happened for that character.
Yeah, episodes.
Yeah.
When it is actually novel, we say episodes.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe for plays, it are scenes.
Yes.
There are some words you can actually use to deceive the examiner. Yes, you know something in literature.
Correct, ma'am. Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we should do a narration, but with a brief critical reception. That is what it is.
Exactly.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
All right. We'll see in the next class. I don't want to take much of your time also.
Yeah. Next Saturday.
Yes. See you. Thank you.
Bye, all.
Okay. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.